This city fell down with its beauty and the people who lived in it because the city was truly beautiful and incredible. And the blue-eyed guy was glad that he could finally get to this town that he had only dreamed of getting to. As it turned out, the original owner of this body was beaten to death, and this spirit immediately took his place and passed into this world. He held a special medallion and knew that the original owner was famous because he was from the Orlando family. He had to run to this place for many reasons which he would soon tell everyone. He knew that this would be his starting point of a new life because there he would be able to show everything he was capable of. And all this was thanks to the fact that he has the almighty Lord system that is ready to surprise the world. Meanwhile, some king sat on his throne and said that he had terrible news. He said that Father Calvin Orlando died last week. This was all said by the ruler of the city. He said that the new successor is his half-brother from the Orlando family, and he has long considered him the trash of his life. The blonde was wondering what he was talking about and what he was hinting at because he too could get this throne for himself. He asked him again about what he wanted to say, but in fact he was an illegitimate son. He told him to give up this name and then he could continue to live normally. He explained that if he agreed, he would be given 500 gold coins to create his own territory. They were ready to give him this money so that he would give up his name and live a quiet life. The coins really bothered him a lot. After all, he knew that with the help of them, he could achieve anything because the problems would be solved in seconds. He thought about what he should do with this money. After all, he simply didn't need it because he wanted something else. The old man was already happy and said that they had reached an understanding, but everything was different. The guy won't be so simple as to agree to a bribe, so I decided to do something else which was brilliant. He said that such a name evokes thoughts of success and glory, and this is the most beautiful thing he received from his father. The old man was surprised that he was refusing such a large sum because thanks to it he could no longer work. But suddenly the guy said that he had to give him a lot more money because his price was different and he wasn't ready as something cheap would sell so easily. The city ruler was shocked that he was asking for such great demands, but he had no choice. So he said that he was giving 1,000 gold coins from interest-free loans. But he will only be able to shop in his town. The guy tossed this coin because he knew that it would become really grandiose because 1,000 gold was a huge amount. He caught his coin and said that such conditions suited him, and he was ready to cooperate despite the fact that he didn't really like them. Please ask the servants about the barbarians who lived in the coliseum. He was interested in learning something new about them. The old man said that the guy is very smart because using slave soldiers to create an army is very good. He asked the guy if he was sure that he wanted to buy a group of uncontrollable barbarians with all his money. He said that he does this because he is confident in himself and he does not need to hear a bunch of excuses because he knows that he understands this better than anyone. He explained that it comes out to about 20 gold coins per person, and if he is ready to buy them with all his money, then it will come out to 50 slaves. He knew that this was even very good and that the first step of the plan was carried out with success. The worker decided to take him to the coliseum. The old man realized that this was the most unusual boy he had ever met in his life. Meanwhile, in the city, people wandered around an alien world for 10 years and sometimes missed conquering a happy life. The worker asked the blonde man what kind of song he was humming to himself because he didn't understand what he was muttering about under his breath. He said that it was nothing and a simple song from his native town where he grew up in agony and tears. But he didn't mention that anymore. He knew that after the original owner was beaten to death, he took his body to become what he is now. Thanks to this, he was able to obtain the Lord system, and then from that day, he began to study martial arts and hone these skills to become better. Initially, he wanted to be a knight, but then he realized that he had more opportunities thanks to his surname. He couldn't even imagine how powerful this surname was and why it gave him new life. After all, he was an ordinary guy who lived on the street without any chance of becoming some kind of famous or rich person. But fortunately, he received permission to expand the territory, so he ran away. Otherwise, he would simply have been killed for his last name. Finally, they were able to come to the very coliseum where these same barbarians lived for whom he went there in the first place. The coliseum was somehow very abandoned, as if no one had ever fought there because mostly the fans should sit there and enjoy such fights. They arrived and greeted the local ruler of the Coliseum, who did not know who they were because she had worked with these slaves all her life. He said that Count Augustus wanted to sell these slaves to him, and therefore he came to pick up these slaves for his territory. She understood why he was here and was already disappointed because she had hoped that they had come to watch a fight between slaves that no one wanted. She began to warn them not to say later that she was to blame because these guys are monsters that almost no one can stop. She couldn't believe that they wanted to take these people because the guy was a very unprepared body in her opinion. Because these giants were very strong. She said that these creatures can also kill crocodiles and also eat them later. Also they can even find food themselves, and the guy realized that this is even very good and there will be no need to spend money on them. But the lady began to shout that he should not be stupid. After all, they can kill wild boars with 2 or 3 blows. She thought that this aristocrat had gone crazy and decided to buy these creatures with such a weak body. But he pushed her aside and said that this was his business and he would decide for himself what to do with these slaves. He was happy because he understood that they were betting a lot on these barbarians and this should meet his expectations. Moreover, he knew that he had an ace up his sleeve in the form of this system that could give him strength. It was the Lord's system that could not give him incredible abilities and powers with which he was simply unstoppable. He knew that this was the merit of 3 years of training, and today, he would finally be able to show absolutely all the skills he had learned. He went out to look at these slaves and understood that there would really be a lot of them because they gave him a whole 1,000 gold coins. He shouted to them to pay attention to him because now she wanted to tell them what would happen to their lives next. He explained that he bought them from Count Solon, and as he understands, none of them wants to become a slave. Therefore he offered to fight with him. If they win, they will receive victory. And this gave them freedom. He jumped down and said that if he didn't lose, then he would have to fulfill his conditions. He jumped to the ground and stepped as close to them as possible to approach and discuss all the problems. He finally said his terms that they would fight for him if he could subdue them. Some strongman was glad that if there is a battle now, then this is a really good option to remain free and not be some kind of slave. A black-haired guy came out of the crowd and said that they are the best in this business, so they are very interested in this offer. The Coliseum workers were simply shocked that the very battle for which it was even possible to gather in these places would now take place. The big guy told him not to cry when he lost because it would happen very soon according to his predictions. He said that he was ready to fight with him first because he had no equal in these places, and among all of them he was one of the best. But the guy didn't give up either and was ready to fight right now because he wanted to tame them and show his power. Granny said that this aristocrat will really fight the barbarian now, and most likely he has gone crazy. She knew that a scoundrel named Russell was the best among them, and he had already killed quite a lot of slaves. Therefore he would have to try hard. The woman knew that a battle with him would be more deadly than favorable, and she needed to stop this as soon as possible. But the worker said that his only task was to carry out the orders of the count, and he had already done a very good job of it. She understood that most likely she would be finished because she had worked here for half her life and now she would be in a bad position. She knew that if this aristocrat died, her arena would be cursed forever. The rest of the barbarians could not believe that some guy decided to fight Russell himself, who was ready to kill everyone who was here. He said that he would simply be merciless. But the guy did not want to retreat because he knew that he could calmly deal with him. You started the battle. After all, they bounced off the ground to jump on each other and turn it into a spectacle. The big man was ready to squeeze his head with his hands so that it would burst because his hands were very strong. He grabbed hold of him and was ready to fight to the last blood because no one wanted to give up. But they didn't continue to fight for a while because they didn't want to appear weak among those they were with. The big guy grabbed him because he managed to outplay him through experience and was ready to throw him into the wall to show everyone that he was in charge. He did just that. So he grabbed the guy and swung his arms to throw him as far away from here as possible. He yelled because he knew that this way he would show his power and prove to everyone that if you have willpower, then you are ready to win anyone. He hit his floor so hard that a huge hole appeared there, and the guy seemed to have lost knowledge after such a blow. He lay on the floor and felt almost nothing due to such a powerful blow to the ground. The big man began to wipe his hands and said that he expected at least some fun from the guy, but it turned out as always. He was able to defeat him in a second, which was not difficult for him because he was the best of the best. The rest of the barbarians continued to clap for him because he was invincible and no one had yet managed to defeat him. Granny began to worry very much because she did not want her arena to be cursed because for her it was the work of her whole life. She learned that after this her arena would have to pay huge compensation for causing such damage to the aristocrat. But not everything was so simple. After all, the guy did not want to give up after one fight and therefore grabbed the big man by the leg. He didn't understand what was happening because he thought that he had dealt with the guy easily because for him it was just a piece of cake. He doesn't realize that anyone could withstand such a blow because absolutely every slave died after that. The blonde was ready to fight further, because for him it was just a warm-up in order to mock his feelings. He said that the slave would simply start begging him for mercy, so he let him strike first in order to somehow even out the forces. He struck him and the big man couldn't stand it and fell back like a cabinet. The brute didn't understand how he could be okay because he had never made mistakes in battles until today. The guy used the power charm that he had trained for many years to prove to everyone that he was ready for more. He added that he was ready to continue fighting with him, but now he wouldn't have a chance because he gives no mercy. This made the big guy very angry, and he told him that he was the son of a whore who would pay for opening his lousy mouth. He grabbed him by the huge hand, which was handcuffed due to the fact that he was still a slave. The blonde decided to make fun of him completely and took him by the biceps to throw him as far as possible onto the ground. The guy stepped on him and said that he had won, and the big guy couldn't believe how this could happen. He didn't want to rest on the fact that he lost, and he offered him redo again with the hope that he would win. He stood up and said that he needed to fight one more time because he was not ready to leave as a loser. The guy didn't understand why he didn't want to calm down. After all, he was already losing to him again and again. The rest of the slaves could not believe what was happening before their eyes because their leader lost to some guy. People screamed and did not understand how this was possible because he was the strongest big man among them. The guy decided to finish this much faster and therefore took him by the hands to throw him to the ground again. The big guy flew like a cabinet and hit his whole body and the floor like a sack of potatoes. They continued to rape him several times because he did not give up because he could not accept that defeat. They were already wiping the floor like a rag. He didn't care because he couldn't give up, but in this case he had to end it. The guy asked if he wanted to give up, but he couldn't even say a word because he was lying with his head on the floor. The completely beaten big guy said that he needed to do it again because he didn't want to give up. He stood up and said that he was still ready to fight despite all his bruises. He didn't care about the pain. People shouted at him to give up and not suffer because it was disgusting to even watch him being beaten to death. And they also told him that this was the 10th time and the thug couldn't believe his eyes. But then a huge beautiful woman came out among everyone and said that all this was enough. This was a very important person. It was their chief who looked just perfect because her figure was incredible. She stated that she would fight. Meanwhile, their chief stepped forward to fight this aristocrat who thought he could win them. The barbarians said that the boss's time has come and now there will be an end to this impudent man who really believed in himself. The blonde asked her if she even had the right to make decisions or if these were all rumors. He asked her what he needed to do to get victory, and she already began to get very angry. She said that when he loses they will be completely free and he will be obliged to fulfill their wishes. The aristocrat confirmed that he is a man of his word and therefore he will fulfill his proposal. She didn't want to wait so long and flew into battle to kill him as quickly as possible. He realized that she was really very fast and began to open the Lord's system to understand how to deal with her. It was written there that she is not just a fighter but a barbarian hero who can fight much stronger. The girl didn't want to waste time and started attacking first to show who's boss. Such a blow actually caused him a little damage, but he withstood it and stepped back a little. He realized that the pop-up window had ruined everything for him, but he now realized that he had seen the hero for the first time. And he was interested to check how strong this barbarian woman who looked incredible was. She jumped off the ground to let him know as soon as possible that he would not leave here alive. She shouted at him not to be distracted and wanted to strike again with her elbows. But fortunately he managed to return, and she hit the ground with her hands, causing the bark to rise. The barbarians began to rejoice that their boss really showed who their people really are. The woman could not calm down because her arena was dying right before her eyes. The worker understood that this chief of the barbarians was unexpectedly very strong, but this would not end well. She took a huge piece of earth to throw at him because she wanted to end this once and for all. The barbarians shouted for the chief to kill this asshole who believed in himself. She took a huge stone and said that now there would be that legendary stone strike that she could perform perfectly. The stone flew at incredible speed, and although it had already landed right on this guy's head, he didn't expect that she could actually finish him off with such a simple technique. The stone landed on the floor. Everyone thought that he was able to kill this young man, because the stone was flying incredibly fast. The woman screamed that this was all just terrible and the end of her era had come. She started crying and said that this creature killed him and now her arena will be cursed. People continued to rejoice because now they will be free thanks to their boss. Even the warrior who was considered the strongest admitted that the boss would always be stronger than him. But after a few seconds the stone began to rise on its own and everyone stood in shock. She didn't understand what was happening. The wind was counting on him to die after such an attack. But not everything was so simple, and he said that it was quite good at lifting the stone. The barbarians did not understand how he could still be alive since the chief was able to finish him off so easily. She too stood in shock. After all, no one had withstood such a powerful blow from her before. She screamed that this was even very interesting and wanted to continue the fight. He explained to her that in order to be the chief of the barbarians, it is not enough to have good brute strength. But after a few seconds his neck was already shrouded in huge chains that held the most powerful animals. They started strangling him with the help of this chain, and he didn't know what to do after such horror. She shouted that she was very sorry but that she couldn't stand and do nothing either because these are the rules of a collision forever. There was a very powerful explosion and she slammed him straight into the ground. She said that he lost and began to strangle him with the help of her chains that were on her hands. He understood that after all she was using the stone as a distraction and she was really able to show her essence. He broke these chains and said that she was very amazing for her skills. The barbarians stood in shock and didn't believe their eyes. What was this even possible because no one had defeated their boss before? The strongest warriors who had already been defeated could not believe that this was even possible. These iron chains were forged by the best dwarf craftsmen and they were used to bind beasts. She also couldn't believe that this chain kept her in a desperate situation for several years and he completely broke it with his bare hands. He noticed that the girl was very strong, fast, and used a certain strategy and this would be perfect for the role of a subordinate. She began to get very angry because she understood that he was only using her to play around and did not fight with her at full strength. She shouted to him that if he respects her, he must fight with all his strength on the battlefield. And in another case she said that she would not obey him since he did not want to play by the rules. He explained to her that before this she was constrained, so this is a plus for everyone so that they fully show their capabilities. He took his fist and said that now the real battle will begin where the strongest warriors will fight. He dealt her a crushing blow and she tried to put her side to block it but she couldn't. He was able to deliver this blow very strong and she could barely hold on after such a powerful blow. She landed on the ground and couldn't believe that he could actually cause so much damage to her. The barbarians were shocked. After all, they noticed that the speed of this guy was much greater than their boss. A few seconds later his hand was already approaching her face and it was obvious that he was going to kill her. He was able to pin her to the floor and held her by the throat, showing his strength and power. She could not move and barely tried to continue breathing because he was able to completely squeeze it. She said that she lost. If he wants to take revenge for what happened before then he can just do it. He had already swung his hand so as not to hit her, but at the last second he still realized that he could not do this. The girl was already expecting him to kill her, but he was able to do something truly brilliant. He still struck, but he did it for good purposes and did not want to kill the girl. He was able to hit her right on her wrist, which was shackled due to the fact that she was a slave. She could not understand why he did this and began to look around because she felt that now she had freedom. The blonde extended his hand to her and said that now she has a choice of what to do next. They could continue to fight him until they all lost to him, or else they should join him because together they will become much stronger. That is why he needed an army. He extended his hand to her as a sign that he was ready to cooperate with her despite the fact that she lost to him. She took his hand and this meant that now they were truly like one family that would help each other in difficult moments. She stood in front of her army and told all the barbarians to listen to her immediately because this is something important. She sat down on the floor in front of him and said that from this day on this aristocrat will be their leader and will tell them what to do. Because this way they can become a powerful unit. The guy started shouting his name so that everyone would listen to him. He indicated to all the slaves to join him. The barbarians were shocked because they did not expect this to happen and they would have to bow to his government. They looked at each other and decided to bow to him in order to be one and defeat the rest of the people in this world. Granny didn't understand how this was happening. After all, before the barbarians did not obey anyone and lived separately from everyone. The worker realized that it was not even surprising that he had such a cool brain. After all, his name was Orlando. The same lord system began to appear in front of the guy because the rewards were supposed to be displayed there. They threw him an offer that he could accept or reject with awards and titles thanks to this deal. He still decided to accept it all because he knew that thanks to this he would remain stronger. The accept button began to light up, which means that he is starting a new life once and for all. Everyone knew that this was a wild world filled with chaos and blood in which a senseless number of ambitious people became lords. However, most of them died and left this world in despair. The blonde wanted to start his journey as soon as possible and therefore prepared his army. He understood that now that he had barbarians, he had taken his first step in a new life in which he would have many new things. He knew that now he needed to equip his army, thanks to which he could become truly powerful. When the barbarians entered the room, they really did not understand how this was possible in ordinary life because they lived in a dungeon all the time. The barbarians were very happy that boss would buy them new clothes, and they began to look at different outfits for themselves. They were met by the store owner, a small gnome, who said that he was glad to see them here if they had good money. The guy said that he was here to buy equipment for his gang and heard that there were good weapons here. The gnome was delighted and pressed the brick and said that he knew a lot about their best products. He specifically pressed the brick to open a secret room where he had a lot of equipment. On the signs that said that this was a clothing store, everything changed in seconds and became a weapons store. The doors began to turn over and the barbarians were shocked because even the walls began to spin. He asked what he needed because he had all the best quality goods that could be found. They began to be very happy because they realized that now they would have good equipment thanks to which they would be able to fight. And the blonde man said that he should give each of them a pike and 3 throwing spears. He began to calculate how much it would cost and said that in total it would be 15 gold. The guy took gold coins out of his pocket and said that he only had this and there was very little there. He started to open all the walls using this button and said that they do not deal with the poor. The barbarians began to get upset because they noticed that they were losing those very weapons. But at one moment he told him not to rush and took out his sword to add it to the score. The dwarf noticed that this sword was indeed of very high quality and that it would be suitable for him as payment. He realized that this was a snake killer and that this sword was really worth a lot. He understood that since he had such high-quality things, he was probably an important shot and should not be rejected. The seller said that it would be sad to leave this sword gathering dust here, so it's not worth it, and he will allow you to sign the contract. He raised his blade and said that each of them should take a pike and 3 throwing spears as well as leather armor. The seller did not understand where he got this about leather armor, but he told his servant to bring it all. The same girl who was the previous boss asked him what they should do next. After all, they had already taken the most useful things. He was glad that she was very interested and understood that now the hottest things would begin. He said that they would seize the land that has rightfully belonged to them for many years. They continued to walk along different paths to get to the very place where they were expected. He held the map and they walked along the right path to find the very place for which they came out in the first place. They were able to be detected by local residents who owned this land. It was the goblin who was the leader and said that the pioneers had not passed here for a long time, so this was a sign of prey. The head of the jackals was also very happy and said that they should take at least half of the weapons. The jackal said that they have 5 times more people than them, so they must take more than the goblins. Everyone knew that jackals were slow-witted, but the head of the goblins did not stop thinking about what they should do. The jackals were already ready to start the battle, but the head of the goblins said that there was no need for haste now and they would sort everything out. They stood on the mountain and watched as this herd passed through their lands. This meant that it would not be an easy battle. Then this girl began to notice something and understood that they were being watched along the way. Therefore, they needed to get away. She told the boss that a tail of bandits was coming after them, and he said that he had known about this for a long time. She couldn't believe that he was so smart and had such a brilliant plan from the start. He shouted for them all to stop and surround the cart. After all, they had to get the animals and prepare for the attack. He also added to them that they should come to him because he needs to explain something. He took it and gave it to a special bag and told them to be ready to accept it. The girl took it and noticed that there were some very strange balls that she had not seen before. He took one and said that he bought them from the east and they make people stronger. Therefore, it was necessary to take them before the battle. They didn't believe him that such people existed, but he said that there was absolutely no reason to lie to them. Well, of course he told a lie because it was all for the sake of the system that he had already discovered. While he watched them take the pills, he needed to distribute all the most difficult things. He knew that this was a guide to improving the barbarian that needed to be used immediately. Most barbarians are defined by the system as soldiers. Therefore, it was necessary to feed them and improve them faster. But there was another head where it was written that there are more heroes. One of them was the same girl who was defined as a hero and not a soldier, and he had big plans. He knew that the barbarians would gain experience after the battle and be improved by the system. This happens because the system is too powerful, and in a short period of time the overall strength increases. That's why he used the dumplings as a trick to make them believe it was true. He threw another one up to show that they really exist and that they have incredible power. He took this pill and said that they would all feel this magical power. The goblin noticed that they had stopped, which meant that along the way the most interesting things would happen. The jackal was glad that now these idiots would die because he was completely confident in his army. The goblin asked what made him so happy since he was not at all nervous about his soldiers. The jackal said that they stopped. But this once again proved that he is very stupid. The goblin himself was happy and understood that it was their time to show that this was their territory and they were not waiting for strangers. The goblin thought that it was the power they had that scared them, but it was the other way around. The goblins had a large army along with the jackals and said that they didn't care at all that they had stopped. The blonde was ready and said that they were advancing and told his army to get ready for battle. They stood like a real army and were ready for any situation that could happen. The jackals together with the goblins were ready to tear them to pieces until they bled. This huge army began to approach, but the guy had everything under control because he gave them a magic pill. He shouted that it was time to start and extended his spear forward. He held it very tightly and was ready to end this as soon as possible. He threw it forward and it flew at incredible speed like a car. He launched his spear to punish them as quickly as possible because they decided that they could win them. The spear flew very quickly and with lightning speed to cut down absolutely everyone. The goblins expected that there would be an attack, but they were not completely sure of this. The head goblin managed to place his hand and the spear broke thanks to his thick armor. But the rest of the goblins died because they didn't have such great ammunition. He realized that it was quite powerful without being threatening enough. The goblins shouted to attack so that they would capture their own lands several times faster. Goblins and other jackals began to attack them, but the barbarians were ready for this. The goblins fled as quickly as possible because their task was to fulfill the general's mission. These creatures wanted to kill them as quickly as possible because these lands rightfully belonged to them. The barbarians were very upset because they realized that they were already advancing. The jackals rushed at them to kill them because they knew that there were many more of them and therefore they would easily win them. The jackal was immediately hit in the mouth, which he opened to bite them. The barbarians calmly dealt with them like little children, and it was very easy for them to kill them. But the jackals also continued to rape the barbarians because they did not want to just die. The goblin giants also did not give up and began to kill the barbarians, as many as possible. As it turned out, there were much fewer of them and they were surrounded by goblins and jackals. But the barbarians did not want to just give up and continued to fight off these creatures with a spear. The barbarians understood that they would not be able to get such a large number of killed jackals and goblins because there were fewer of them. It was very difficult for the thieves because these goblins were very big and they were able to take them. The goblins killed the barbarians one by one. They didn't care that they were dying. The hero woman didn't like all this and she asked her boss what they should do. After all, this couldn't continue like this. He told her to give him another spear, but she said that he couldn't finish them off because there were too many of them. He took a spear and said that you don't need to kill everyone in order to win. He explained that they just need to find the right target in order to kill everyone, or rather make them their slaves. He noticed something very important with his eye and realized that this was what he was looking for. He took the spear and began to accelerate in order to kill all the main ones as quickly as possible. He was able to make a huge swing with this spear and it began to ignite as if it were something fiery. The spear had an incredible appearance and seemed simply unrealistically beautiful and dangerous to all residents. She couldn't believe that there was fire at the end of that spear. He took this huge spear with fire and began to swing it to finish them off. He made an incredible throw that began to break the rock. The goblins could not believe what it was. They had never seen such a powerful blow before. They all began to get very nervous because they understood that they were now going to die from the stones. This huge spear hit the goblin in the head, and the rest of the wolves continued to run away. They did not understand how this was possible since the troll was not killed with just one spear. He said that you need to first take care of the giant and then show them all your strength. The barbarians did not understand how this was possible since it was impossible to kill a giant troll with one spear. Meanwhile, they continued to beat up these common jackals with their powers. The barbarians did not want to give up and shouted for them to help each other with all their might as best they could. But then one of the barbarians felt the main jackal begin to move behind him and was already swinging his axe. It was the same jackal of yours who wanted to avenge the goblin whom he killed. He understood that this was the leader of the jackals, and he had no time to defend himself and had to come up with something. A few seconds later, the jackal leader had already made a swing to invite him with his axe. But the boss controlled everything and stood on some kind of cart controlled by the power of thought. He made an incredible swing with his hand that was able to calmly throw the jackal as far as possible from this place. The barbarian could not believe that he was able to save him, and it was indeed a very strong act. He had already begun to draw his sword, which meant that he calmly dealt with it. He said that the leaders of these guys are dead, they have no strength left, and they need to finish them off as soon as possible. They continued to fight for their lives and killed these goblins as soon as they could. The girls liked the fact that he was able to charge all his warriors so much thanks to what he said about the need to kill the main warrior. He explained to her that he needed to catch the leader first and then all the bandits. He replied that he had finished observing, but unfortunately that same goblin remained who did not want to just give up. A very powerful charge came from it, and it was clear from them that it was charged for victory. While the blonde stood on the cart, he observed his powerful energy and saw that he had other powers. He told him that he caught them in an ambush but was not afraid that he would fall under the hands of more powerful races. The goblin said that he didn't know anyone other than other races, especially since everyone he saw had long been dead. The blonde thanked him for such detailed information because it would help him a lot. He also took out his sword and said that he was ashamed for giving him some things. This made the goblin very angry, and he decided to take revenge on him for such words. My boyfriend was confident in himself, and so he took his sword and decided to cut right through it. In a few seconds, this goblin was killed like some kind of meat. The rest of the goblins were shocked that their leader was just killed without any resistance. They couldn't believe their eyes that this guy was really some kind of monster that could kill their leader. The girl shouted so as not to finish off the rest of the goblins and bring their flesh. The barbarians were ready to show what they were capable of during all this time while they were sitting in the coliseum. The goblins were very afraid of them because the barbarians were much stronger thanks to the fact that the guy pumped them up. He received a notification that the barbarian spearmen had been promoted to level 4. He really liked it that they were pumped up after they won fights. The barbarians couldn't believe their eyes that they actually became much stronger after killing goblin after goblin. After a few minutes, they were able to subdue the huge trolls, and the guy asked if they should kill them, but he replied that it was not necessary because they killed one horse. The girl shouted that she was able to find the very card that was very necessary so that they could carry out their plans. He unfolded the scroll and began to look at the map, and you realized that it was even very good. He was glad that he was able to get what he came for, but this was not the end of his life, so he had to move on. He said that their next stop was a high mountain fortress with a lot of loot. Meanwhile, the huge goblin giant continued to lead him in the cart so that they reached that very point on the map. He began to examine it and noticed that it was a rather happy and fast troll, and at this rate they would soon get there. Then he began to activate that very system to understand how he felt. He began to look and realized that after each improvement he received bonus points for personal attributes. Also in this system it was written that now he could open personal ones and the squad for the store was closed. He knew that he first needed to pump up his strength and throwing points. Weapon proficiency can also be improved not only by adding points but also by participating in battles. However, attribute bonuses are limited to talent, and he does not have any magical talents. The blonde knew that right now he was 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. If he continued, he would become a muscle man. The girl said that they had already approached the foot of a high mountain fortress. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked her how they got there so quickly. And he began to look at the territory and realized that it was quite good here. The waves were perfect and the water was just incredibly clear, just like in a fairy tale. The barbarian realized that he had spent his whole life in the coliseum, and that is why it stank so much, but now it is clean. They said that Chief Gunther, who was a girl, should swim with them, but she told him to wash himself. The barbarians brought quite a lot of wild animals and said that there were a lot of interesting things in the area. The girl began to dry herself and felt somehow not very good because she was in a bra next to this guy. He told her that in the last 2 days she had already fought a lot and she needed to swim, and he also added that there was a secret pond here. The blonde told her not to worry because he would keep an eye on the guys who so wanted to see her naked. She was very happy about this news and thanked her boss for such a gift. Meanwhile, she went to that same secret pond and began to swim. She looked incredibly beautiful. Her charms were incredible in size and her figure resembled an hourglass. It was already night. He said that it was time for everyone to get ready to embark on an important mission. He explained to them that this was a high mountain fortress and they would make this place their own camp. Standing guard were 2 small bears called kobolds, and they looked very funny. The barbarian said that these guys are not very strong, they can just go and kill. He said that it was time to attack now without delay. Meanwhile, the little bears were walking along. They started kissing, but they had no idea what could happen now. They wanted to start a relationship as quickly as possible, but the woman refused. A few seconds later, their door was caught by the same blonde who had come to seize new territories. The huge dog couldn't believe his eyes that someone had come to take away their territory, and he wasn't ready to just give it up. Barbarians, he went up to his boss and said that they had already dealt with absolutely everyone. The huge dog couldn't believe what he heard. He could not contain his emotions and asked them how they dared to attack his army. After all, he has a huge gang nearby. And the dog said that he will wait for his punishment very soon, and the blonde even really liked it. A few seconds later, they hung him up by his legs, and he began to apologize because he had not calculated his strength at all. He told his ward to untie this brat, but she didn't know why. She asked if he wanted to let him go, and he replied that he wanted it with pride. She immediately cut the rope so that Fatty Base fell to the floor. She screamed at him to get as far away from their lands as possible. The dog said that he had never been so insulted, and they would still wait for their punishment. The barbarian said that he did not at all expect such strength as they had. After all, no one had ever taken this fortress so easily. The head of the army said that she looked at this building from the inside and was already able to understand everything about it. He said that there is a lot of space here and it is more than enough to set up a den. This sounded like plans, so they began to move down the long corridors to take their new places. He knew that the facilities in the fortress were very well equipped, and there was also an excellent field of vision, and they would always be on alert. Their first night passed, and the fire continued to burn in a small part of their territory. He laid out the very map that the girl gave him and began to look at absolutely all the places here with his team. He told everyone to listen to him carefully, and now they will hold the first battle meeting. The barbarians were disappointed because they thought that they would have to fight again. But he replied that everything is different here, and the high mountain fortress is located at a height and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. He knew that if this place was occupied by kobolds who had no strengths, it was likely that they actually had a large army nearby. The barbarian will remind him that they just recently released their leader, and this could cause bad consequences for them in the future. He explained to him that they spent a lot of money on weapons and equipment. So it's time for people to get together and earn some minted money. The leader tossed a coin and said that it was better to attack them all at once than to kill them one by one, and it would be easier that way. He tossed more coins and said that he would just kill them all in one fell swoop. The blonde put the coin on the table, showing his power in this because he had enough money. He put this coin on that very fortress. This meant that he already had a plan. It didn't sound very reliable, but still. They continued their routine day and were already having dinner because they really liked the bacon stew. She asked the boss why the bandits haven't done anything yet because many days have passed. But he replied that haste would ruin everything. But then the barbarian jumped up and said that the boss was right as always, and he didn't even understand what he was right about. The barbarian told him that there was a fighting force nearby. It looked like they were launching some kind of sneak attack. He was delighted and began to peer into his soul because he understood that now he could get what he needed. The blonde smiled and said that Sammy had received the money and it was time to prepare for the fight. The leader began to examine through a special pipe the very camp that could cause trouble. He realized that they decided to sleep during a hidden time, and it seemed somehow stupid. The guy realized that these must be goblins whom that same kobold suspected. He realized that he simply needed to take this opportunity to establish his supremacy. He stood on the mountain and said that he would take only Gunther's detachment with him, and the rest along with the trolls would guard the fortress. They accepted his order and Gunther decided to end this as soon as possible. After a few seconds the goblins already understood everything and were preparing for the fact that incredible hell was about to begin. They lay quietly in their place and thought about how they would live the remaining days. A few seconds later someone entered the goblin's room, which was not located in the best place. The goblin was shocked that someone disturbed him in the middle of the night when he was calmly resting and not bothering anyone. He was very indignant. But it was already time to congratulate her. She was ready to cut all his guts out. Not even a second had passed before this goblin was dead because Gunther was incredibly stronger. The blonde ordered his barbarians to kill these goblins who remained in this place. He realized that the Highland barbarians had well-developed individual abilities and their teamwork was also quite good. Gunther said that in order for them to remain in the cavity they must be destroyed in one movement. At one point he realized that now these barbarians had become elite soldiers capable of organizing their forces and the system had given them great strength. The barbarians could not understand what kind of bunch of losers they were who happened to be in the same place at the same time. After a few seconds his leg began to tremble and feel not in the best way because it seemed that now the earth would disappear from under his feet. He couldn't believe that it was an earthquake and the barbarian didn't know what to do now. A few seconds later something very powerful flew out and the barbarian fell to the ground from such an explosion. Huge smoke was coming from his mouth, which means that he had found himself an equal rival in strength. It was a huge goblin who looked incredibly strong and was ready to kill everyone for such tricks with his charges. The barbarians could not believe their eyes that they really saw this very dragon goblin. The barbarians did not know what to do. After all, it was a huge hulk and it even had horns. He understood that this was a goblin with dragon blood that had a huge legend. This incredible monster was ready to kill for what they did to his brothers. He didn't care about anything. The goblins began to feel much better because they understood that there was an authority behind them who could fight back. The barbarians were surrounded in the form of goblins. They began to crawl out on their own and sleep on the ground, and there were incredibly many of them. The girl told her boss to be as careful as possible because they simply cannot be dealt with. The huge goblins shouted for him to come out, and he meant the largest beast he had ever tamed. It was an incredible phenomenon as a huge dragon began to destroy absolutely everything that was under its feet. The barbarians did not know what to do. After all, this is a huge monster that no one had ever seen before that day. The huge goblin sat on this beast and said that they were just stupid losers who would pay. He took his weapon and said that now, thanks to the blood of the dragon, he would punish absolutely anyone. Gunther was very fighting and told him to shut his mouth. She threw a huge spear at this beast, but as soon as it landed on the skin of this creature, it did not cause any damage to it and broke. The girl was shocked that this was even possible because with this spear she killed everyone who was in her way. The huge goblin was very angry because she wanted to pierce the armor of his huge snake with just some kind of spear. She understands that now she will face enormous consequences that she will not be able to withstand. But a few seconds later the same boy who had the heart of a lion stood in front of her. He was ready to fight against the snake with his bare hands, and he was completely able to resist with it even though it was not his size. He stepped onto the ground and was ready to continue the battle because he wanted to protect his army and show that he was their boss for no reason. He took on this monster and was ready to tear him absolutely everything for his actions. The blonde screamed because he showed everyone that he could do much more than was expected of him. He just made a couple of movements and the huge choo-choo fell down with incredible speed. After a few seconds the goblins were in shock and could not believe that their main boss had been killed. The goblins did not know what to do. None of them could even stand on equal terms with this goblin. The barbarian could not understand how strong the convoy was and was able to kill the beast which the spear could not take. The huge goblin did not believe that he did this to him because it was simply impossible because he already had experience in battle. The guy said that if this is the most noble dragon blood then he doesn't like it. But the goblin did not want to give up and said that if this was enough for him, then he was very mistaken. He took this weapon and said that he would never give it up because he wanted to show this guy that he was ready for more. But the guy didn't want to give up just like that, and he was wondering if he would have the courage to fight so hard against such an opponent. He waved his cloak and once again ordered everyone that he was invincible. The leader began to leave the place where the dead goblins were lying and said that he never lies in his words. He was very interested in how this would all end because he wanted to do something now. He began to consider a system in which he was given new achievements for the fact that his barbarians completed tasks. He understood that he would simply add these points to the strength of the very girl who could barely cope with the situation. But after a few seconds she noticed that they were able to tame the very beast that was repelling blows with a spear. The barbarians said that these guys were very poor and there were only 2 gold coins inside the chest. He said that it looked like the goblins were having a very bad time. He was very interested in whether his meat was tasty, but then the animal began to wave its head to escape. The blonde patted him on the head and said that now he would carry him and he would call him a vertigon. The girl shouted to her boss to come home and have lunch. After all, everyone was already hungry. They began to move as quickly as possible to their fortress where the rest of the barbarian people were waiting for them. He began to look at the cards because he didn't understand how this happened because he thought that the goblins were stronger. But then he noticed that a new tab had opened in his system, namely the store. He noticed that it was possible to buy absolutely any weapon there, and even a knight's spear cost 800 points. The blonde understood that he now had an empty wallet and he could only buy everything at a discount, and after a few seconds he was able to receive this purchase. The spear turned out to be incredibly huge and would have been assembled in several parts. After all, it was very highly detailed. He really liked it. After all, it held perfectly in his hand, which he trained to fight with creatures. After a few seconds he understood how it worked, and the girl was shocked that he could even use magic. While he was riding his huge beast, he heard that some movement was happening somewhere, so he urgently needed to move there. The Arver said that it looked like a group of jackals engaged in robbery. He took his telescope to see who was there. He noticed that it was a rich caravan, and no wonder they attracted jackals. The girl asked if it was worth intervening, and he replied that it looked like this was an unusual caravan. The blonde said that this is the first experience that will be very important for the lord of the first discoverer of new lands. The jackals attacked this place and said that they must quickly give them all the money. But the old man said that they were from a trading company. If they harmed them, the imperial army would not spare them. Unfortunately, the jackal did not care about this imperial army, and they only wanted to receive one reward. They already wanted to kill them with their blades, but then the barbarians intervened. Still, the jackal was able to kill this old man from behind his back, which was not at all like a man. The old man was already bleeding and said that there is no need for money, and they are simply obliged to spare them. But the jackal held the weapon and said that it was too late to ask for mercy because no one would save him. But then there was a powerful flash that flew right next to this jackal. As it turned out, the guy was able to throw his legendary spear, which he had recently bought in a store, and pierced right through this animal. The jackal was shocked that the children had hit him. He had never felt the taste of defeat before. Grandfather also did not understand how he was saved because he was on the verge of death. The strangest thing was that the jackals stopped attacking because they were afraid for their leader. The guy noticed that the new spear worked quite well. The girl was very angry that the jackals were able to do this, and so she started screaming. She shouted for all the barbarians who were her slaves to kill everyone else. The jackals did not believe their eyes and did not understand who these guys were. After all, they were of incredible size with good protection. The leader understood that these jackals were just a gang of bandits, and this time he would only be an observer. They calmly fought against these creatures, and the barbarians managed to kill them one by one. The girl also did not just stand there and decided to help her army. He knew that the barbarians were definitely very strong, so they could win them easily. He would like a disciplined army, so something had to be done. The leader knew that this would be what was needed because the victory of the army is already a success. The jackals began to run away, and they did not like the fact that their army began to disintegrate. But the wiser jackal said that he should have understood who they were. After all, they were destroying the alliance. He said that they were the ones who appeared completely unexpectedly and without any history. Their eyes that this was the legendary noble lord of the wildlands who had recently received bliss. The jackals shouted that they were the damned, so they should run as quickly as possible to escape from these creatures. But suddenly, when the jackals had already decided that they were able to escape, that same monster burst out from under the ground. He was able to calmly deal with some jackals and feast on them like some kind of dessert. The blonde understood that this time his army would be able to finish off the jackals without his intervention. After they dealt with these jackals, they moved on to the people who needed to be saved. A churchman approached this leader and began to say that he was very pleased to deal with such people who help. The blonde said that if they want to pay him for saving their people, then they should give him money. But then a blonde appeared out of nowhere and said that this was even very expected from an aristocrat. She had incredibly beautiful eyes and said that he was truly an interesting person. A few seconds later, the girl herself came out to him and said that her name was Annie, and she was a merchant warrior. Also with her was some warrior whose name was Ruto, and he was missing one eye. She began to thank him for being able to save her army, which was in trouble. The guy said that his soldier was a very brave jackal, and they were not warriors at all. The barbarian did not understand why he behaved this way. The girl said that she would like to ask him for help because she knows that he is very strong. He couldn't believe that after something like this he was still asking for help and not thanking him. She said that as he sees it, they suffered heavy losses and therefore many people were wounded. They can't complete the deal. She asked if they could stay with them for a while because they needed to rehabilitate themselves. The guy said that living in his place costs normal money, so they will have to pay. She said that they want to use money and weapons as payment. She told her warrior Ruto to bring that very thing. A few seconds later, he gave her some kind of huge sphere and she told him he was watching carefully. After a few seconds, she asked her to grow and she actually began to change sizes. The girl said that this is a communication crystal. She uses it to send a message of help to the merchants. The guy asked her when the reinforcements would arrive, but she replied that they would need at least 3 days. He understood that this was not an ordinary caravan, and when his business started he himself would be able to earn a lot of money. He said that he allowed these with them and also introduced himself as Richard, Lord of the High Mountain Fortress, and he could not refuse such guests. The girl asked them to take care of her army that was wrecked. Meanwhile, they came to the very fortress that they had not lived in all this time. He began to watch them as they began to be treated because the rest of the warriors were very wounded after the jackals. She began to make some kind of special potion and told her charges to give each wounded soldier a sip. The blonde couldn't believe that it was the same substance that he had known about for a long time. This was the same legendary healing potion that was rumored to be able to cure anyone. He realized that he had not made a mistake at all, and this was a truly unusual caravan. It was already dark, and the sky began to be covered with stars, and the clouds moved like ships. The girl asked her ward if he checked all the victims. He told her that they had no problems at all, but half of the group was injured. She knew that these people were very poor because they suffered completely from failures. He said that fortunately Richard was able to save them, otherwise the consequences would have been simply colossal. The girls couldn't believe that he really thought about Richard, who was able to save them. He said that of course he is a great lord. After all, when they were attacked, they were in a terrible situation. He had no way out to escape because the jackal was already approaching him and there was no weapon. But suddenly his soldiers appeared and immediately turned the situation upside down. They were able to save absolutely everyone who was damaged by these jackals. He noticed that his soldiers were very strong and he was able to kill them in seconds. Ruto was very worried that their troops were not even close to them. The girl said that they survived only thanks to them. The blonde understood that the soldiers of the caravan were well equipped. They probably looked very impressive. While he was thinking about all this, the barbarians began to argue about whose weapon this huge axe was. He turned to see what these idiots were doing there. After all, they were preventing him from relaxing normally. The guy realized that he was able to equip his team without paying a penny for it. He was also able to receive Fred's battle axe as a reward from the system. He knew that his soldiers had even come very close to these battles that had recently taken place. Everything was fine, but then the same girl ran up to him and said that something had happened. The leader did not understand why she was in a panic and what could have already happened. She said that right now she saw a large armed group of people or horses heading towards him. He could not understand what kind of half-human, half-horse these were, and he was very interested. They were moving towards them as quickly as possible to pay for what they had done to the jackals. These were centaurs who looked very dangerous because they had their own equipment. The situation was not the best. After all, they had a girl boss who looked very confident. Meanwhile, these centaurs had already approached this fortress and wanted to attack them. Among them was the most important female centaur who had many opportunities. A few seconds later, he threw a spear at her to kill her because he wanted the woman to leave his territory as soon as possible. She noticed that this spear began to move very quickly towards her and therefore decided to stop. There was no spear, so it was quite scary to be in such an environment. They all landed right in front of their feet. And it's nothing like they are no longer expected at all. and she looked and understood that you really had a very powerful throw, so they would have to fight. She told her centaurs to continue to advance because it was none of their business what they should do now. The blonde didn't like the fact that they were ignoring his warning, but he knew that he could easily make a stuffed animal with them. He didn't just stand there and decided to continue his actions because he wanted to drive them away as soon as possible. The girl calmly repelled his blows because she was an experienced warrior who knew how to do this. She didn't care at all how fast the spear was flying because she could kill him with lightning speed. After a few seconds, she stopped her troops and said that they should not move because she understood that they would not submit to such discipline. She took out a white flag because she wanted to show that they couldn't defeat them just like that. Therefore, a trick was needed. She started waving this white flag, which means that the centaurs just gave up, but it was somehow stupid because they attacked themselves. Gunther said that these centaurs simply surrendered to the campaign without any resistance. The blonde said that their intentions were not at all clear, so there was no need to remove the protection because you always had to be on guard. He came out to them because he noticed that they had a white flag and asked why they came here. The girl said that she was the leader of the Storm clan and came with good intentions. The leader introduced himself and said that he was Richard and Lord of the Highland Fortress. She couldn't believe her eyes that he was the same invincible Richard from the martial arts competition. He couldn't believe that she really already knew anything about him. The girl said that his reputation had spread quite far, and even her clan, which lives and eats, could even hear. The guy said that this was not a well-deserved reputation, it was all just for one thing. The girl leaned over to him and said that they had come to tell him something very important and handed him some kind of bark on which something was written. He couldn't understand what was written there because he couldn't read anything because he didn't know what these symbols meant. The centaur girl said that the locals wanted to create an army. They sent them this invitation, which meant that there was some kind of war against him. She explained to him that the high mountain fortress used to belong to these small animals, and since they are now forming an army, it will be bad for them. Gunther understood that the locals always hated the conquerors, so they would face a difficult war. The guy understood that if they wanted to recapture the high mountain fortress, they would have to fight. The centaur girl said that he noticed everything very correctly. After all, they also enlisted the help of shamans. The blonde didn't understand what they wanted from him if they just came to tell him this. The girl said that since they are facing great difficulties, their clan offers them help and they can cooperate. The leader didn't understand why she was offering him help because it was stupid because they could just take everything for themselves. The girl said that this clan used to belong to the kingdom of orcs and they would never come to them. She also said that they used to live a quiet life and didn't bother anyone at all because for them this was an extra problem. She also added that their people had good manners and an amazing culture of chronicles. The centaur girl said that now they want to rely on the power of the Lord to bring back the glory days. He realized that since the system receives their requests, it means that they really want to join them. He began to look at them in the system and realized that these animals could fight from a distance, and this was a very good bonus. He took them to his home and told the barbarians to meet their new friends. One told his army that they now have very bad news that will not make them happy. The girl, who had incredibly beautiful green eyes, did not understand what news we were talking about. He sat on his throne and said that soon enough another war awaits them. The girl asked her lord when it would start because she wanted to know the dates. He began to rub his beard and wondered when this would all happen. The Lord gave them an estimated date that it would be at least 10 days from now. Everyone had different ideas about this war because the girl and her ward did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the Gunters and the other barbarians rejoiced that there would be many more casualties. The centaur girl said that the locals have weapons and they are all different races, so you have to fight with everyone. He knew that even though the enemy was strong, he could defeat him thanks to his strength and ingenuity. He knew that they had enough days to prepare and rebuff him properly. The blonde said that he created a strategy to defeat the enemy so everything will be fine. Gunther asked her boss if he had a plan for this idea. The blonde told them not to worry because they will know when the time comes. He turned to Miss Annie and said that in order for me not to be able to deal with myself normally, he had one request for her. And she said that she could do absolutely anything, and that's why he had to tell her. He said that he should borrow 500 gold coins in order to carry out this plan. The girl calmly explained that this was all being resolved, and even if it took several weeks she would still be able to give him the money. He bowed to her and said that the high mountain fortress would still be in her debt. The Lord asked the same Centaur girl how her charges handled the bow. She replied that the Storm clan has the best archers and who have ever been on these lands. He looked at his system and realized that it was very expensive and the equipment of the soldiers consumed a lot of money. After a few seconds he was able to get that same purple bow and pointed arrow. He gave it to her. The girl couldn't believe that he was using some kind of secret magic, and he replied that it was a little trick. The girl took out her arrow to try how far this bow could shoot. She began to pull this arrow to understand how well it works. And then she was able to understand that she had an incredible surge of strength that she could achieve. She shot this arrow to understand how powerful the power this bow contains. The arrow was so fast that it was able to kill some insect that was flying very close. He said that it was highly expected that her technique was simply excellent. The leader understood that these centaurs would strengthen the remote defense of the high mountain fortress. She thanked her Sir Richard because she had not used such a strong bow for a long time. He was glad that she even liked it and said that tomorrow she could practice with him. A few seconds later, the same assistant who had no eyes started running and started screaming. He knelt down in front of him and reported that they had found reinforcements for the caravan, but it looked like they were under attack. The Lord decided to go and find out with his own eyes what was happening there. As soon as they arrived at that place, they noticed that many soldiers were killed just like that because of some vile jackals. He didn't know what happened to these people and started asking Miss Annie. She answered Sarah Richard that it seemed that all the forces that went to reinforcements were destroyed. The blonde said that the high mountain fortress is not safe now. Therefore, we need to send the caravan back to the city. Earlier, the man said that even if they took the most powerful soldiers, they would still lose due to the number of jackals. But the girl did not want to give up because she was a supporter of her team, which had to win and be done with it. She shouted that she could not leave the members of the caravan earlier. After all, they cut their lives with them in order to save her. He began to take out a spear from that dead man and said that in such a dangerous situation the rent would be more expensive. The Lord raised the price and said that what he saw would cost at least 2,000 gold. She understood that she had no choice at all because she could not fall like that in front of her people who were risking their lives. The girl turned to the old devil and said that this spear smells of Chinese pine. Then she was able to understand that most likely they were able to forge this tip themselves, and this is a rather tedious process. The blonde said that it's even hard to imagine that locals or savages could do this. Miss Annie said that in general there are much more savages than they only think. She said that in fact there are many more powerful tribes in the north. Large tribes include thousands of adult soldiers trying to get their food as they please. These tribes often fight for territory to strengthen their army, and therefore they have to fight goblins. They were able to hide their weapons, and their strength could not be compared with the local savages because they really worked. The Centaur girl suggested that the caravan was attacked by ice aborigines. She was 100% sure of this. You said that right now the locals are gathering an army, and she is afraid that the appearance of the aborigines is a mismatch. The leader said that this is even very true because they also joined the war. Gunther said that it was better for him to all come at once so that she could take them all out with one blow. He realized that this was truly a brilliant idea. After all, they would simply catch everyone at once in 1 second as if in a trap. 10 days passed, and the centaurs began to return to the fortress with some not-so-good news. The rest of the people continued to train because they knew what awaited them. The centaurs said that they had discovered enemies, which meant that bloodshed would soon begin. The leader was delighted and asked where they were now because he needed to know their exact location. The centaurs said that they settled at the foot of the mountain about 50 miles from here. The centaur said that it looks like the war will start tomorrow without an invitation. Sir Richard was even very happy about this because he was really looking forward to it and the time had finally come. Meanwhile, the barbarians were ready for the fact that now this very battle for which they were preparing would begin. The leader told his army to get ready and began to take out his blade because he knew that there would be meat. He held it up and said that it was time for them to fight and they needed to cut off his head and drink their blood. The barbarians were ready for this clash because they knew that they could not be defeated after such training. The centaurs were also charged and said that they needed to kill absolutely everyone who stood in their way. He wore armor to always be on defense and was ready to fight against these creatures. Richard realized that this armor was very heavy and he was not at all agile in it. Miss Emmy asked him what his plan was and how he wanted to proceed. He said that you need to first shoot arrows and then finish off those who survived. She couldn't believe that this was the whole plan he was talking about because it was a huge loss if it really was so. He said that everything is fine. There is no need to worry, because he has everything under control thanks to the fact that he had a system. The huge horde began to attack because it knew that it was time for them to finish off those who occupied the fortress. He asked the leader, who was a dog, what was the right thing to do in order to seize these territories. The dog said that their leader was quite strong, but he could not believe that this was true when looking at his beast. The jackal said that this time their army is assembled, and it will be completely impossible to stop them if they work together as a team. He was confident that his army would be able to crush them. After all, they had no other hopes. He held on and said that they should all get ready for the battle that he was ready to organize. This huge army was ready to tear them to pieces for what they did to those people. The centaurs took the best bows to shoot from afar and kill them with arrows. She shouted for the other centaurs to shoot, and a huge movement of arrows began. A few seconds later, they were approaching each other and were ready to kill in order to keep these territories for themselves. The rest of the army said that they also knew how to shoot and began throwing absolutely all objects to kill the barbarians. But since he had a huge beast, he didn't care at all about such weapons. The barbarians also did not want to just give up and went into battle to kill them. They had only one goal: to kill their opponent, because these are the rules of the duel for territory. But suddenly the earth began to crack, which means that the same scarecrow will come out. A huge goblin who had the blood of a dragon began to crawl out from under the earth to show everyone that he was ready to fight back. But he was absolutely right to answer. He had a huge beast that was ready to show everything he was capable of. This huge animal began to do incredible things thanks to the kind of owner it had. He was able to jump on a huge army and break them apart. He calmly dealt with huge goblins thanks to the fact that he had a powerful pitchfork with which he impaled the goblins. The barbarians were ready to kill because this was their main goal that they had to fulfill. Gunther was able to kill another goblin and told them to kill everyone and leave no one alive. This huge beast continued to kill this army, which had been preparing for the attack for 10 whole days. But then some huge goblins with large hammers appeared in front of him. Suddenly he was able to activate some nunchucks and was ready to send them back to sleep. As soon as this goblin hit him with the braid, it became like nunchucks, and he was able to calmly deal with it. But the nunchucks could not withstand such a strong blow, and so he flew off. And he realized that these guys were strong enough and he would have to work hard with them. The goblins continued to flee. After all, they wanted to finish him off completely because this lord took the territory from them. He didn't care because he was ready to fight them thanks to the fact that I had an incredible character. He was able to calmly deal with these goblins without breaking a sweat for a second. He took out his villas to push this huge goblin meat on them. The leader managed to make a kebab out of it and planted it directly on the trident. He didn't care what kind of war. He continued to fight with him because he loved to kill. Gunther and the barbarians watched the lord and realized that he was completely unusual and almost like a devil. That same boss dog began to look out of his telescope to see what had happened. The jackal told the sorcerer to use the spell because he needed to help those goblins who needed health. A special monk began to cast individual love spells to treat them. This was a woman who could control with this power. She did it better than anyone, and she did it because she had years of practice. And she managed to activate a huge sphere of fire that rose upward thanks to her skills. The jackal was 100% sure that now they would die thanks to this technique. Richard began to notice that really bad things were happening, namely a huge sphere. She flew towards him incredibly fast because she was made of fire, and over time she accelerated. This master knew how to control her with the help of his staff and wanted to finish off Richard as soon as possible. From this sphere, a dragon of flames began to emerge, which greatly frightened the barbarians. Richard told them to be very careful because fire is not a toy at all. And suddenly this dragon managed to land and created a huge flash like a nuclear explosion. He held his trident and realized that he was finished because he had not yet expected such power. He couldn't believe his eyes that this was really reality and that he was so strong. The barbarians were afraid and did not know what to do. After all, they understood that now this huge storm would simply melt them. He realized that this shaman spell was very strong. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The Lord knew that he needed to find a way to deal with her. He also understood that it looked like he controlled the fire with the help of a cane. Therefore, he needed to break it. The centaur girl asked her lord if everything was okay with him because he looked somehow confused. He said that she was just in time because she needed to do one very important assignment. The blonde told her to shoot the shaman at such a distance. She shouted to her charges to listen to her command. She shouted fire because she needed the arrows to hit that same shaman. She screamed at them not to stop because for her it was the battle of her life because she wanted those glory days back. They were ready to kill because the territory they lost was priceless. Their rivals understood that now a huge number of arrows were flying at them and something had to be done. The jackal shouted for them to close and protect the shaman who was priceless. The goblins tried with all their might to repel the arrows that were flying straight at them. Richard understood that he needed to use his strength and attack suddenly, so he threw his spear. The huge jackal wanted to say something else, but he was completely inattentive. He didn't notice at all how the spears were flying at him. The last second he turned his head because he heard a whistle. How a huge spear cut right through his body, and he did not believe that this happened. After a few seconds this body fell to the ground thanks to such a powerful spear shot. The shaman was shocked that their leader was simply killed with one spear. This was a bad sign. A huge fireball on the nearest ones was getting closer and closer. And this meant that now a problem awaited them. They couldn't believe that the fireball broke up and started shooting at absolutely everyone, and there were no different teams. Absolutely everyone started to burn and did not believe that they were killing their own people. The goblins did not look at the fact that it was the shaman and tried to run away from the fire that was pursuing them. A huge number of goblins were killed after the balls landed on the ground. He realized that friendly fire would destroy their discipline and they would not be able to cope at all. The dog who wanted to regain this post did not believe that his general was killed. The dog asked the sorcerer what they should do because now they had lost one of the best warriors. The shaman decided to make some more love spells in order to win this war. Richard was ready to show what he was capable of and what he trained for. But suddenly he managed to notice with his peripheral vision something very suspicious that stopped him. He noticed how the goblins began to rise from the dead as if they had been healed. It was bloody magic, and he understood that now it would be very difficult for him. The same jackal who was killed began to be reborn, and he wanted to fast to him for what he had done to him. These animals began to move forward because they realized that now they had the last chance to win. Richard felt that he would now have to fight much more difficult because of their number. But this did not bother him. After all, he calmly flew forward because he was 100% confident in his abilities. This jackal was chopped into small pieces like some kind of chicken for lunch. Next in line was the goblin who faced the same fate. Richard calmly did everything and attacked this goblin with his blade, which was very expensive. He and I cut off the rest of the goblins who were preventing him from defending his territories. He would be very angry with everyone, and therefore he had no equal in battle. And Richard knew how to cut through all these goblins that they didn't even have time to blink an eye before they were dead. I also decided to join this adventure and decided to kill the others. She killed one after another. It was fun for her because she is a barbarian hero. In a few seconds Richard will land with the very shaman and the dogs who started all this. He said that it was all over and the shamans and this dog were very scared. He couldn't believe his eyes that they just wanted to run away because it was very stupid. Richard didn't even run after them but simply threw his helmet at them, which already caused them great damage. After the blow, the shaman lay on the floor and shouted that he was in great pain, although he had incredible abilities. Richard was glad that he had finally managed to catch the very shaman who would be very useful to him. He could not believe his eyes that there was some kind of witch in front of him who could do such miracles. After he had already received the victory, Gunther began to ask what happened to their main barbarian Nate. She said that he had very large wounds and he urgently needed a doctor, otherwise he would die. Meanwhile, Richard threw her to fill him and wanted her to tame him and help him. He said that she killed many people and he said to save them, but she did not listen to him. The witch said that she was simply forced, she had no choice at all what to do. It also introduced itself that her name was Model. He couldn't believe his eyes that she still decided to sleep with him because he could make her suffer for the rest of her days. She began to say that she could do it. And after a few seconds she activated some special circles. Nate began to heal before his eyes and he truly felt better thanks to her magic. They were all happy that he really became healthy, but they didn't fully believe that this was even possible. The girl was able to heal her wounds in a matter of seconds as if she had never existed. The witch said that she was very tired. Therefore she needs rest. I have no right to force her to do anything else. The barbarians did not believe that this was possible because he was completely healthy, and it was as if there had never been a wound. Richard realized that she is not only strong in destruction but can also heal people, and this would greatly help him. Gunther asked what they should do with the jackals and goblins, and he said that they needed to bring people to clean up the battlefield. He ordered them to make all the survivors slaves because that would be just fine. Richard was able to activate his system and noticed that there were a lot of them, and this would be ideal for improving his army. He was able to pump them up, but he had no control over the fact that there were an incredibly large number of them. Gunther asked what to do with the witch who killed a huge number of people and also saved one of them. He said that he needed to take her and this dog with him and find out where their base was in order to take all the other resources. Still at night, he will share with me the pumping points between strength and speed. This gave quite a lot of opportunities. He was in some room and decided to do everything like this to change the whole situation. He began pumping up these centaurs to make them much stronger in order to wield both of them. A few seconds later, the centaur girl came into his room and said that they could not find out anything at all from that witch. He asked her if they tried to torture her, and they tried absolutely all types of threats and torture, but she didn't say anything. He realized that catching a phoenix is not as easy as catching a chicken, but he will show you how to do it. Meanwhile, while the barbarians were in the same place with her, she continued to rage and said that if they hit her, he would turn them into insects. The witch was very happy that he finally came and saw that he did not at all follow his barbarians and their manners. He didn't care that they treated her like that, and he briefly and precisely asked where her base was. The witch said that she would not tell them anything because it was something that could not be said. Richard said he has dragon blood, so he doesn't care what she tells him. A few seconds later, he instantly hit her so that she flew into the wall, and even the centaur girl was uncomfortable. He grabbed her by the t-shirt and said that they would ask her again so that she could accurately answer him the coordinates. He asked her again where her base was, and she immediately told him that it was in the mountains 200 miles away. Richard asked how many warriors were in her tribe, but apparently she answered that there were none because she was the last one who was saved. Richard said that if she lied to him, then soon she would have no teeth at all. But she said that it was true because all the soldiers went to war and only old women and children remained. He continued to ask her and asked how many spells she knew. She explained to him that there are many different shamans in the wild, and she has the blood of a red dragon, so she has mastered magic to perfection. She explained that there is a Minotaur shaman who can control the earth element and create avalanches. There are also troll shamans who control trees and plants that can kill absolutely all living things. Richard realized that the wild environment seemed to be much more dangerous than he could have imagined. Meanwhile, he told the centaur girl to make a plan to attack the enemy tower. The barbarians asked what they should do with this witch and that dog. Richard said that they are useless and therefore they need to be buried behind the mountain. But then the witch woke up and said that she was very useful and could be useful to them. Richard was very smart and did this specifically so that later he could ask how she could help him. The witch said that when she came to this fortress, she saw two huge monsters. Huge monsters can train magicians, so it was impossible to think that they were very stupid. At first glance, she realized that they were special mages who could teach her something. The girl said that she is a shaman and can also train them, and this will already be a strong army. After all, after this, they will be able to become azure shamans with an endless supply of mana. 2 days passed, and they continued to fight all the time to train their abilities. Richard shouted for them to work faster and faster, and he managed to organize a truly huge colony in which he had a large workforce. Absolutely every goblin jackal continued to work for him with all his might because that way he wouldn't get food. Richard asked his assistant, the queen of the centaurs, how everything was going. The girl replied that everything was going according to plan, and they would destroy the fort by noon and rebuild it. She said that in order to gain victory over the enemy, you must first improve the fortress. The centaur girl told them to bring a lot more granite to fundamentally strengthen the city walls because she wants to change the appearance of the castle. Richard said that he needed to discuss something with her, namely, the shaman said that their state is 200 miles from here. She asked why he would do this, and most likely it was just to destroy the remains. But he said that it was her business and she could handle it herself because the people there were weak and old. But you also had to be careful because they were not simple. Therefore, everything had to be done correctly. Richard said that now they will be faster than ever thanks to the fact that he will be able to activate something. The Centaur girl could not understand why she suddenly felt the wind under her feet as if she was flying. He told them to always remember that if something doesn't happen according to plan, then they need to come back. Richard wanted to check the results of the shaman's training that he had praised so much. Meanwhile, they continued to follow through these huge swamps in which there were a lot of things. The trolls continued to break absolutely everything they could get their hands on thanks to the fact that the shaman was able to train them. The trolls would have an increased tide and therefore could do absolutely anything they see. The shaman observed what kind of corpses these trolls were, and they were completely incapable of anything. Meanwhile, Richard approached her and said that she had already been training them for 3 days. As he noticed, there was still no progress because the trolls died after the first attack. She was very angry that he did not call her by name at all, and she should have been more polite. The shaman said that they are terrible now, she will show them how to do it because it was absolutely no good. The trolls were very angry that they wanted to put them in their place because they were much bigger and stronger in their minds. She said that in order to avoid the wind, this monster awakened the skill of animal skin, which was brilliant. She decided to explain to him clearly how it all works because the leader did not believe her. She said that in order to evade the wind, he became invisible thanks to special skin. She also said that awakening magic requires time and space, and others have not yet developed their skills. He really fell out of love because he said that the invisibility technique is not very strong but still increases our magical power. Meanwhile, Miss Annie came to him and asked the Lord what he was doing. He told her that he trains trolls and did not expect her to return so early, but it was nice. She said that she was going to take these things to various gnomes and her path led here. He looked under what was in the carriage that she was driving and there was coal again. Richard decided to ask Annie why she only needs coal because she brings it very often. She said that they exchange gnomes for coal for gold and peat, which is very useful, but he was interested in what the gnomes do with coal. She said that they smelt iron and do it better than anyone she has ever met. He was interested in how much jelly is needed for such a quantity of coal. She said that there were gnomes 150 miles to the west, and last year we found mineral veins. She also said that they contacted them and asked them to deliver coal. A few seconds later, she flew to him and sat on his hand, and there was a special letter there. He read and noticed that it was a warning from Lord Crown because he asked the aristocrats to return to the city because a big wave was coming. A few seconds later, those same centaurs came running to him to tell him something. He couldn't believe that they sorted it out so quickly and returned. He noticed that the centaur girl was injured, which means that most likely they met enemies along the way. The centaur girl said that there is no threat in the tribes, but the threat was completely different. Indeed, on the way back they noticed a huge mountain of corpses of gnomes. And this meant very bad consequences. As it turned out, the entire field was reinforced with corpses they didn't even know who they were fighting with, until she was able to see what really began to worry her very much. He was able to guess for himself that this was the bearman about whom there were legends. She couldn't believe that he was somehow able to find out about this. He said that what she was talking about was written as a warning from another lord, and a huge wave of the bear tribe was moving here. But he decided not to run away from danger because he is not one of those who just wants to hide. He told his girlfriend Centaur to rest, and Miss Annie didn't know what he was going to do. And Richard said that he doesn't think about what he did with her successfully, and that's why she should give the coal to him. I really didn't understand how he got so many guests because he asked her for more gold. A few hours later, he came to Richard's armory because he needed to talk something there with one of the best blacksmiths. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths worked as hard as they could because he needed to make the order that Richard gave him. Miss Annie could not believe that he was creating his own weapons, and he replied that the mountain castle also did not have enough weapons. He asked Gunther if the weapon for which he was starting all this was ready. She replied that it was made as he wanted without a single change. He was interested in looking at this handsome man for the sake of whom he made beautiful weapons for long days. After a few seconds, he removed the screen, and the girl could not believe that this was reality. He said that this weapon was only available in his homeland, and he was able to build a cannon that could kill people with the help of a cannonball. Meanwhile, the kites continued to fly over the bodies of dead people. They liked to eat the skin that the dwarves left behind. Richard asked the centaur girl who who she met here, and she replied that the bear people. Miss Annie discovered that there were frightening tracks of some large animal. The Centaur girl said that there were a lot of them and therefore they need to behave much more carefully. She also said that some of them ran away in despair just to survive because there were too many of them. Richard realized that he managed to upgrade the centaurs, and it was because of this that some of them survived. I was lucky like the dwarves who knew how to handle weapons but were already dead. The blonde told Gunther to look at it. After all, they could have left something useful, but they were able to steal absolutely everything, and there was not a single unit of gold. And these are the most important resources. The blonde understood that these creatures were very cruel and greedy, and that they did not leave anything alive at all. Richard said that this is not at all true. After all, everyone has their own concept of value and you can't blame them for that. But suddenly Richard managed to notice something that made him very surprised. He noticed that there was some kind of dark thing lying there, and he was very interested in what it was. Richard took this solution on his finger and realized that it was soy sauce. He understood that bears really don't appreciate soy sauce, and Miss Anya said that gnomes are good at pickling vegetables. Richard said that it was the first time he had seen such a great sauce in this area because it would be a great addition to food. He said that he would open restaurants in the city and feed the aristocrats of the city. In this way he could earn a lot of money. The girl couldn't believe that he still wanted to find some kind of business and not save what was coming. And Richard said that it was already very late, so it's better to spend the night here, so as not to risk it. Wards asked Richard why did they stop here. After all, they did everything for the sake of intelligence. Richard said that they were on reconnaissance, but they could not return without noticing the enemy. They were already able to light a fire, and the girl asked the Lord what was on his mind. The girl understood that your army was heading south home, and therefore they needed to stay on their side. She now offers to rest and come up with something, but he will explain that she needs to understand how they start wars and why. She assumed that this was all because of the iron ore that everyone really needed. He said that this is true because iron ore is irreplaceable, and that is why everyone wants it. Richard said that in the age of war, those with more resources have the advantage. He realized that after all, this ore did not belong to the gnomes or bears, and therefore he needed to borrow it. But the girl said that he was crazy because a huge number of people had already tried to find her, but they couldn't do anything. He said that now he has a much stronger army and therefore he can do this in order to get resources. Gunther, along with his barbarians, said that they were ready to work and wanted to get started. About the fact that he also had guns that he was able to make. They also had strong trolls that the witch was able to raise and raise them. Richard was confident in himself. After all, he has a squad of magicians, and therefore they will not be able to fight these animals. Girls, I wasn't sure about him, but I asked again, and he was 100% sure. He realized that if he could win, he would get closer to the dwarves. Richard suggested that when it was all over, he would divide the ore in half, and they shook hands together. Meanwhile, he shouted to his army to line up because now the very thing for which they had been training all the time was approaching. Richard shouted that this time they were participating in the battle for the high mountain fortress and for themselves. He pointed out to them that in this war they must be the sword that cut absolutely every enemy. The barbarians shouted that they were ready, and for his sake they would do everything to win. He raised his blade up and said that they should always be prepared because the war is already close. Meanwhile, in the gnome's castle everything was as usual and no one foreshadowed trouble. They sat in the bushes to watch what was happening now, because they were interested in finding out what was happening to the gnomes. Richard stopped his army and told them to stand because someone was here. They noticed that there were some tubes from under the water that they used to breathe. A few seconds later, huge hares came out and were ready to fight because they were wearing heavy armor. Richard shouted to every one of his troops to be careful because he could be killed. They were surrounded. It was like a trap from which there was no escape. It seems that these rabbits are preparing a secret attack on the fortress of these dwarves, and they could not even notice them. It was very strange for him. After all, before this, completely different animals should have attacked the gnome's fortress. Something didn't add up at all, but she didn't say that they had entered into an alliance with the bears. Then everything became clear to Richard, and it turns out everything was in alliance. The girl said to someone that they are not even close to such strong races as bears who rarely use their powers. Richard couldn't believe that he didn't know all this while they sat next to him and were completely silent about it. He hit the witch, who was simply silent and did not tell him the most interesting things. Richard told her not to think that because of her short stature her enemies would not notice her. Meanwhile, these hares continued to attack the dwarven fortress because they really wanted to get what was inside. The gnomes usually slept as always, and the hares with red eyes were ready to kill them. But then the gnome woke up and realized that someone was here, which meant that he had to wake up. But suddenly the position was so ideal that they had no chance to even escape. The hares began to attack these gnomes, and they had no normal way out other than to give up because they were killed one by one. Many dwarves did not want to just give up because it was their fortress for which they fought. The dwarves lined up and told everyone to get ready because they were being attacked and they needed to escape as quickly as possible. The battle began, and the dwarves had weapons no worse than the hares because they also had the resources to do so. The gnomes said that this hare was finished and they had no right to attack them while they were sleeping. A huge number of arrows flew at these Zaitsev who were behind the fortress because they did not have time to get to the tower itself. But they didn't care either. After all, they had shields and they continued to attack despite the losses. The hares were ready to kill everyone and advanced one after another across the river. The dwarves shouted to their own people to move quickly because together they could kill them. The main hare did not want to give up and said that they were just in time, so we need to kill them. But suddenly some explosions occurred and the hare did not understand what it was all about. And the hares were shocked that such a thing existed somewhere before. They had never seen anyone shoot from afar with such a strong explosion. Richard said that it was their turn to show who is in charge and who needs to be feared. The hares thought that reinforcements had come to them and therefore they needed to be killed. The dwarves did not want to stand just like that and also attacked these hares who came to take new territories for themselves. Richard killed hare after hare because he had an incredibly cool sword. Gunther continued to kill these big-eared ones because they were completely insolent. The barbarians connected to this entire place and killed hares in order to save the dwarves. They understood that these rabbits are very strong and there are a lot of them, but they need to cope with them. Richard understood that this was very risky, but they could still do it. But then came what they feared most of all, because it was those same bears. Richard didn't understand what was happening because some powerful earthquake had started. He looked back and noticed how the huge bear was behind him. This was not good. The bear was already able to figure out where to attack and wanted to kill the lord. The bear screamed very loudly because his reinforcements, the Zaitsev, were just killed. Medvedev had huge body parts and absolutely everyone was afraid of them. Meanwhile, these huge bears that had similarities with people began to attack everyone. Richard did not expect that he would have to fight against such powerful creatures that could kill him. And the bear attacked the king, but he managed to defend himself thanks to his sword and the ability of the system. But the bear hit him so hard that he flew about 5 meters away, which means that he was not at ease. The lord understood that he really had enormous strength and was unlikely to be able to defeat these creatures. The bears wanted to kill him, and so their leader ordered them to attack all together. The hares and bears were ready to beat them to death for what they did to their brothers. But the centaurs also did not give up and continued to shoot due to the fact that they had very well-pumped long-range skills. A large number of hares were killed by these shots, but the bears remained. But then the hares were able to activate a reserve team that no one expected. A huge number of people were in these territories, and they continued to fight. Meanwhile, that same witch understood that they needed help because they could not control this very thing. She was able to make a huge fireball in order to finish off these bears. The hare was very afraid of the fire wine or something. They will not be able to continue living because they will burn alive. And the bears did not understand where the fire magic came from because it was an unfair battle. But suddenly, after being hit by both huge goblins, the sword of this bear broke in half. This huge goblin was very angry and wanted to kill her for behaving like that. Meanwhile, some important gnomes watched this all happen. They didn't understand what kind of people they were. The old dwarf said that he didn't know and maybe it was Kuznetsk who sent them to help them. Meanwhile, some huge dwarf rose up to him and began to request permission to command a detachment for help. But the old dwarf was very smart and said that there was no need to sacrifice another detachment. The old dwarf said that he needed to save people who were dying. He understood that those who were fighting there would be able to see 10 more of these guys. The bears could not believe that they were becoming fewer and fewer thanks to the strength of the other army. Richard said that they must find out how powerful they can be. After a few seconds, he managed to activate some kind of tornado that collected everything around. The bears were very afraid that they were using black magic because no one had done this before. This tornado began to demolish absolutely all the Zaitsev that were behind him, and Richard told them to kill them because they needed to end this. But the bears were not so simple, and they began to fight back due to the fact that they had powerful chains. After a few seconds, Richard was able to cut these chains in half thanks to his sword. He noticed that the heavenly power had been activated for him, and he realized that this was what he needed. Richard shouted because he wanted to activate the heavenly power, thanks to which he would become much stronger. He was able to activate it and charged his entire body for the victory that would come very soon. The bears couldn't believe their eyes that this was even possible, since this magic was forbidden to be used in battle. Richard managed to cut this bear in half. And no one has ever been able to do this because these bears were the strongest animals. He managed to get 2,000 experience and another 30 points. He knew that it was all thanks to this system. Meanwhile, huge goblins began to attack with fire, thanks to the fact that which was able to teach them. The bears did not know how to fight against fire, but Gunther did not waste time and decided to kill him. But suddenly the bear managed to snatch her sword from her hands because she was not strong enough to kill him. The bear also made a retaliatory attack, and because of which the girl received a lot of damage. She could barely breathe at all because she was in great pain from what he did to her. He threw it onto the floor and it rolled for about 3 minutes because the throw was very strong even for such a bear. Varvara couldn't believe that Gunther managed to lose to someone because it was unrealistic after everything he knew. He decided to throw his axe at him to pay for the very girl he liked. But the bear didn't care because he calmly dealt with such attacks that flew like children's toys. New friend Bear paid for being so self-confident and his head fell off. Richard could not have expected that invisibility would be so useful because he was able to do it with this goblin. Meanwhile, everyone ran to Gunther because everyone was wondering what happened to her because she looked as if she had been killed. Gunther said that she was fine because she was able to use the stone skin technique. Richard realized that it seems that invisibility and stone skin can be transferred to others and not just to this goblin. The girl was happy because she thought that this was another crushing victory that they could get. But suddenly Richard noticed something very strange that haunted him. He noticed how the very same hairs that they had killed began to become covered in some kind of violet-red flame. Richard didn't realize that they were able to survive again because someone used magic to restore them. But unfortunately, even the witch could not understand that she was with them, although she was the best of them in this field. They soon realized that it was the legendary Berserker spell that brings them back to life. As it turned out, one very important tribe came to their aid, which skillfully stood up for itself. These were the same Minotaurs that X was afraid to meet anyone on his way. Meanwhile, in the southwest there lived an empire about which there were a lot of rumors and everyone wanted to visit it. This empire was of Minotaurs who had incredible body sizes and also horns with which they killed. Also, Minotaurs rely on the magical power of the shaman, who was the most important to them. They loved him and looked after him as best they could. This shaman was truly of incredible size, and he had the best sword among all who he had in these territories. Everyone also knew that thanks to this power on the battlefield, they turn into fierce and invincible warriors whom no one has yet been able to defeat. And for the cruelty they show in the Battle of the Minotaurs, they called it the Time of the Bloody Hoof. Everyone was afraid of them. Even the bears who were now attacking them were very difficult without the Minotaurs because their strength was much higher, but they were able to help you with the help of magic. These are the troops of Medvedev and Zaitsev who continue to attack people who thought that they could defeat them, but everything was completely different. Richard asked this little witch if she saw some Minotaur casting a spell very close by. She said that apparently he cast a spell from a distance and it was truly incredible power. Richard said that they had absolutely nothing to worry about because these warriors were very far away and he could deal with these. But he greatly underestimated them, although the girl showed that she could kill one after another without wasting any of her strength. The barbarians were already very strong thanks to the fact that he pumped them up using the system, and they calmly dealt with the hairs that prevented them from winning normally. The bear shouted that it was impossible to finish off those who were lying down, so they had to leave them alone in order to be considered a real warrior. Richard said that there was no need to pursue deserters either because all that was needed was the help of the dwarves. And their affairs are a completely different conversation. Richard said that it was time to go meet the gnomes. After all, they had already completely figured it out and could calmly rest after such a hard day. They had already begun to cross the bridges to rise to the very dwarves, whom they protected and hoped that they would be friends. But suddenly a huge dwarf began to ask people why they came to them. After all, everything was fine with them until the moment they came to their fortress. The blonde presented everything on Richard and lord of the Highland fortress of the Pompey Empire. Also with him was Miss Annie. The dwarf king could not believe that it was really the same girl because she was supposed to bring them as much metal as possible. The dwarf began to apologize to her for being too suspicious because he thought that it was not her at all and that they had bad intentions for their army. The girl said that there was nothing wrong with this since he wanted to carefully examine the guests who came to him with good intentions. The dwarves said that thanks to a special god they were able to survive this battle. Therefore they had to go inside and talk to Miss Annie. Richard began to get angry because it was he who was able to defeat this army and said that he should thank him or some god of blacksmithing. The dwarf said that he did not at all expect that Miss Annie would return at such a time. And the girl said that as soon as Richard found out that the bears had attacked them they thought that they would not survive. The dwarf said that they really would not have been able to defeat them alone because they had a very weak army compared to the bears. Richard was very happy because he felt the power that he could have over these dwarves. The head dwarf noticed that Richard was laughing at them, and he didn't like it very much because he considered it as disrespect. But Richard understood that it was necessary to maintain normal relations, so he said that he did not laugh and it seemed to him at all. Although this was not at all the case. The girl told the dwarf not to be angry because Richard was a famous warrior from the imperial regions. It is better for him to live together as a normal friendship. The dwarf realized that Richard was indeed a very strong character and he understood that he must have very strong spiritual strength. Richard sitting in a chair said that he does not develop spiritual strength at all because he does not need it at all. After all, he has another trump card. The dwarf couldn't believe why he didn't do this. After all, if he doesn't develop spiritual strength, then he can't call himself a knight. But Richard decided to show off in front of the gnomes and said that he didn't call himself that, and it was all just Miss Annie. Meanwhile, the girl decided to talk further with this dwarf because she understood that the danger had not yet been eliminated and they needed to do something about it because such losses would be the last. The dwarf understood that they would attack again. But they first needed to rest after such a difficult day. Although they did not work at all. They often said that on such a vacation they should provide them with a place to rest because they were able to help defeat the bears and this is expensive. The dwarf said that the city is full of just their stone houses and they can use them at their discretion. This was very boorish. The girl began to tell Richard that this dwarf was very rude because he had such a character and there was no need to take it to heart. But Richard waved his hand and said that he was not such a ball this guy so he didn't need such a showdown. The girl said that he is usually not like that. The battle completely changed him. And Richard replied that he was not suitable for the role of patriarch because whining only harms his army. The girl explained that not everyone is as risky and brave as him. Therefore you need to be respectful with everyone who communicates with him. Richard said that all people are afraid of a war of death or by making the enemy fear even more they can win and that was the only way to victory. Richard began to enter the stone house that this dwarf had allocated to him and said that this girl should go and rest because tomorrow new things await her. It was already very dark and they continued to rest because the war was really very hard and painful. Fortunately after this Richard came they all began to survive. Meanwhile, the dwarves continued to heal each other along with the barbarians because they needed to be healed before the next battle. But then one of the dwarves told them to be quiet because the orcs could hear them and it would be very problematic. Meanwhile, Richard managed to react very well and asked his henchman the horse girl if she was sleeping. But suddenly she came into his room and said that the ceilings in this room were too low, it would probably be better if she slept outside. But suddenly she felt that some very terrible earthquake began to occur right under their feet. This did not allow her to live normally. Richard couldn't understand why the building was shaking so much if it was made of shit and sticks. They needed to deal with this as soon as possible. But suddenly Richard could understand that it was not an earthquake but along a completely different vibration. They needed to understand that now what they were afraid of would begin. They realized that these were the ones who could not be named because their spells could kill you. These were minotaurs who were ready to take revenge for what they did to their hares and bears who sacrificed their lives. Meanwhile, the dwarves noticed that these creatures began to pursue them and step right on their tail. This meant that they would have another wave of war. The dwarves understood that these creatures were already here and therefore they needed to act as quickly as possible to protect their families who needed it. The dwarves could not believe that the people who came to visit him had already come out so quickly to fight against these especially dangerous animals. Richard was ready to fight them, and did not expect us to pass with a very unpleasant smile that no one liked. The dwarves were very angry that he considered them to be some unfortunate people who could not stand up for themselves at all, but they could not quarrel because they were at war. Richard asked how they would fight because now animals of a completely different level have come who can kill them with the help of their magic. The dwarves said that they would lure them into a trap and then attack in a crowd to defeat them. After all, they had a very strong advantage in the form of magic. The gnome also added that they are too tall because gnomes are short, and in order to attack them they will have to bend down. The dwarves said that they would be their reserve army. After all, they would try to restrain them, and then they would finish them off so that justice would prevail. The girls could not understand that these gnomes really decided to fight alone. After all, they had very few people after they were killed by bears. Then out of nowhere very heavy rain appeared, and the weather became very bad, which added even more impulsiveness to this battle. But we understood that if they destroy their city wall they will die, but they also understood that it was not a bad thing, but they had no other choice. But the main one would tell us that they should get to work instead of the leader. After all, now we need to think about how to defeat them and not about our place in paradise. They looked through a special telescope to see what these animals were doing, and they noticed that they were very harsh and dangerous. Richard was already thinking about how to make money from this, and he wanted to make some minotaurs his slaves to sell them. Gunther said that you can get good money for them. But Richard also understood that it would not be easy to kill them, but Gender had no doubt about it, and wanted to cut them through as soon as possible. The barbarians who had never fought against such powerful and dangerous animals were also very frightened. The dwarf had already listened to all this and could not understand how crazy these people were. After all, keeping Taurians in their home is suicide. Meanwhile, they were already continuing to make an attack against the minotaurs, and the dwarf said that they could also attack me with fire artillery. Richard replied that they didn't expect it, and that's why it worked. How many arrows do they have left for crossbows? And he replied that they only have 6 arrows left, and they will not be able to kill everyone only thanks to this. He was very upset because he understood that they had to shoot absolutely everyone who entered the land without their permission, and they didn't have enough to kill the minotaurs. Meanwhile, the dwarves went into battle with the help of their weapons, which they forged from metal against these animals. Nothing worked for the dwarves. After all, they easily killed these people who really thought that they could just defeat them. And the Minotaur could squeeze them with his bare hands right to death because they had the strongest body of all animals. Meanwhile, they were already sharpening their crossbow in order to shoot and kill at least one of the Minotaurs. There were a lot of them, and therefore it was almost impossible to kill everyone because they had never encountered so many. The dwarves continued to shoot with crossbows to end this war, which they did not want to start at all. Meanwhile, they fired their crossbows, and the arrows flew forward with incredible speed to pierce the body of these animals. The arrow was quite small because they had no reserves left for rainy days. After all, they thought that it happened yesterday. Some of the Minotaurs actually suffered greatly from these shots because such tension weapons could even pierce walls. The rest of the Minotaurs were very angry that their relatives were killed, and therefore they were charged to continue the battles even more. After they saw the death of their loved ones, there was no stopping them because their eyes lit up red, which means that you better pick up your feet. The dwarves died one after another because they did not have as strong a body and muscles as the other animals that attacked them. The dwarf king patriarch could not believe that this was happening, and because this was still the end of absolutely the entire dwarf dynasty. The girl asked the boss what they should do. After all, they were not coping at all, and they needed to help with this as soon as possible. Richard understood that this was a really strong opponent. Meanwhile, King Richard asked where the same squad of magicians was that was famous for its strength in the last bits. He wondered where the witch had gone. Still, she wanted to escape, but the barbarians managed to catch her while she was trying to cross the very wall for which the Minotaur began to fight. Richard didn't like this very much, and so he took her and explained that the strongest enemy was facing them, and she decided to run away. The girl began to make very cute eyes and said that the gnomes could not defeat them, and therefore she was very afraid to lose. Richard said that the Minotaur has a special magic, but it has a completely different magic, so there is no reason why they are afraid. The dwarf king couldn't believe what he said about this magic. He shouted at him to immediately force her to use this to save his people. Richard said that she tried to escape before the start, so she had to do it as pay her debt. She had no choice to do nothing. He said that he orders her to use her spell on the Minotaurs as quickly as possible to defeat them. But suddenly I couldn't believe that one was so stupid that he said such nonsense. After all, it was impossible to enchant these animals. The girl told him that he was completely sick because it was almost impossible to do in the conditions in which she was. But he said that he didn't have to water at all, and so she had to just shut her mouth and do what he said. Still, I had no choice, and so she began to activate her superpowers in order to save the people. She was very afraid because she didn't know what would happen if the Minotaurs mixed two spells, because they could get a completely different power. After a few seconds it began to activate Ito, but she noticed that something completely different was happening to the Minotaur and his strength was changing. It was as if he was completely filled with energy, which meant that they could really kill them now without any options. The Minotaur became much stronger and bigger, and the girl shouted that he was some kind of crazy person who decided to order her to do such a stupid thing. The girl said that he was completely crazy because he decided to do such a stupid action, because after that these animals could become much stronger. He told her not to stop, so she continued to say this super spell to make the Minotaurs stronger, but it was illogical. The Minotaurs were getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed that they had no choice left to survive, because now it would be the end of life. And they were made incredibly large and dangerous giants that could destroy absolutely anyone. Most likely he did not calculate his plans. The Minotaurs felt a very strong surge of energy and stopped more, and their muscles were filled with blood and sweat. The dwarves didn't know what to do at all because they had never even fought bears before. And now they will have to fight incredible creatures. The Minotaurs became more angry and wanted to destroy absolutely everything around them, because people really believed that they could win them. It was the brands that exploded with energy and became much larger than they had ever been because they began to be overwhelmed with energy. The dwarves thought that this was the end of their lives because they could not cope even with ordinary bears, and therefore they had no other choice but to give up. The witch said that he is crazy. Now they will definitely die because she did very bad things to these animals who just wanted to kill. But suddenly he grabbed her and told her not to scream so much because you need to look carefully at absolutely the whole situation. It was there that they separated even more after a few seconds because their body was completely accustomed to this energy. And Richard explained that the more strength you have, the greater the load on the heart, and therefore they can overdose and die. He explained that the powers of madness and bloodlust strengthened the Minotaur's physical strength, but there was one more thing to consider: endurance. People had to understand that this increased the load on the heart several times, as well as the vascular system, which was about to go wrong. He knew that when this load reaches the permissible limit, then he won't have to worry about his heart at all. After all, they are running out. These animals thought that they could win. After all, they felt an incredible surge of strength and now knew that they had no equal at all. They began to fall to the ground because they withstood such a strong load on the heart, which means that the guy told the truth. The girl could not believe that he was really telling the truth because thanks to his ingenuity he was able to defeat a huge number of these animals. He began to receive additional rewards in this system, but the gnomes did not understand how this was even possible because no one had managed to win them. But we couldn't understand what was happening to them because absolutely every carcass began to fall to the ground as if they had been killed by poison. The dwarf got very angry and asked Richard what it was because he couldn't believe his eyes that he could kill them without doing anything. He explained that everything in this world obeys certain rules and animals are good in battle, but they have their limits. Richard said that thanks to magic the Minotaurs became so strong that their hearts could not withstand the pressure. So we can say that the closure worked. The dwarf did not understand how it was possible to overwhelm them with magical power to such an extent that their organs began to burst from the inside. Richard said that he noticed everything very correctly, and it was all thanks to the fact that he was able to correctly use his brain, which they need to teach everyone to use. He said that he came up with this method when he saw how many Minotaurs kneel unable to withstand these forces. And finally the dwarf said that he was very smart. And he liked it, and he felt as if he was the strongest in this world. But suddenly he said a very important quote, that great strength often becomes the main weakness. Therefore you had to understand what risk you were taking. But suddenly the witch was very happy because she said that it was she who was able to cast this spell, thanks to which they won. But suddenly Richard said that she was working off a debt for trying to run away from here as quickly as possible. Richard told her not to even hope to take credit for other people's merits because she could have been killed if not for his kind heart. Richard explained to her that if she really protected in every battle, then such an experience would be even worse than just nothing. He said that in the future his fortress could gain so much experience that he would not even give it anything and she would not receive any merit for such a betrayal. He continued to tell her some important things so that she really knew how to behave further. As soon as he approached all the minotaurs, he could not believe that absolutely all of them were killed in seconds. He thought internal bleeding killed them. Richard was very upset because he was hoping to sell a couple to the battle arena in order to make good money from it. Richard understood that even such animals could fall before his knees. This meant that the other animals would simply calm down. However, it was always necessary to understand that after a calm there would definitely be a storm, and now the dwarf's castle was in danger. Naumov began to ask one language about how the arrows that killed these animals were made. Richard understood that the system was not at all scary for them if the battle continued and the iron ore would be sooner or later they needed to wait a little and help the dwarves. And Richard said that they need to make as many crossbows and arrows as possible in order to use them in the next battles because it will follow very soon. The dwarf said that arrows can also be made, but with crossbows there will be very bad hopes. The big dwarf said that he needed to show him something so that he would know how to continue to act in such difficult days. Meanwhile, they went into a special tower for shooters that he wanted to show something to this guy who helped him in the murder. They went into a special arrow in the tower and Richard said that it was too low and he said that he did not think that people would ever help them. They were very close to him and that's why they said that they were working on a new crossbow that they wanted to show to the whole world. He grabbed the special robe in order to pull it off in front of the very Richard who helped and they wanted to pay him for it. They were able to make huge steel crossbows that seemed incredibly heavy and large. It really was a killing machine. I couldn't believe my eyes that they were able to do it themselves because the metal was of such high quality, and he had never been able to see it before. The dwarves said that no one but them could make such a high-quality product. After all, they connected several crossbows in order to complete this one. I don't care how far a crossbow can shoot, but he said that this parasite can't shoot at a distance of 500 or 800 steps. Richard said that if they continue to use this sight, the firing range will be even greater. The blonde said that the power of beautiful fire from 3 such crossbows would be simply incredible and they would be able to defeat anyone. He told us that in fact the problem is not with the range of the crossbow but with the bowstring, which they really need because now they don't have it. Richard couldn't understand why we needed to find him. After all, they knew how to handle crossbows better than anyone else. The dwarf will explain that the tension from using such force from this crossbow cannot be withstood by any bowstring except one which could only be from a Manaka leech, but he could not buy it. Richard understood that this is why they did not use him in the last battle. Although they could have made an incredible turn of events. He explained to Richard that leeches are very rare and elastic and also incredibly strong, which can help them withstand that stress. He knew that if you dried them you could make a very strong bowstring, thanks to which you could shoot much further or even shoot at all. Richard understood that he had given him a very difficult task that not everyone could cope with, but he was one of those who did not look for easy ways. Richard began to ask him if they had gold so that he could get them those same leeches. The dwarf began to worry very much about the fact that they could really spend a lot of money now. Richard began to apologize because he said that he did not have these leeches that he was looking for, but he was not easy and probably knew what he was saying. The dwarf began to get very nervous and realized to himself that he was a damn asshole who talked a lot to no avail. However, the devil understood. However, Richard understood that the centaurs use something completely different in order to shoot their guns correctly. He has already suggested that if it is possible to hide several of these in one, then he thinks such a bowstring can replace the Monaco leech with it. Richard said that he had no money at all, and he would not be able to buy these things without the help of these gnomes. The old man understood that he might be saying really very interesting ideas. The dwarf said that earlier they were able to sell iron or in furs and therefore they have a huge amount of gold. Therefore there was no need to worry about money. Richard doesn't believe that he was just silent all this time and didn't tell him. Therefore he urgently ordered him to bring him the money as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the dwarves continued to bring gold to Richard's commander because he wanted to get it as soon as possible. The dwarves did not know why Richard asked for so much gold. One of the dwarves said that the patriarch said that he was going to buy a special item for a steel crossbow. The dwarves suspected that King Richard was really some kind of shady guy who just started helping, which meant that he needed something from them. But still, it was necessary to understand that he was helping them, and they should remember that failure was very close to you and you need to appreciate what he did for them. The dwarves understood that Brother Richard could be their last hope for victory in this war. Therefore, it was necessary to really respect all his actions. The smarter dwarves understood that there is no one more powerful than King Richard who really comes up with interesting ideas. Meanwhile, they continued to do these ingenious things for this crossbow, which was their main goal. Still, the dwarf began to ask his brother Richard something because he was wondering why he was helping them so much. The dwarf also suggested that if too many enemies attack them, then this bowstring will also not hold up and will burst like all the others. Richard asked him why he was so worried. If he was afraid of losing, then he could not be considered a patriarch. In fact, he was much smarter than he could have imagined, because the point is not that he is afraid of losing, but that they have already been fighting for half a month. During this time, most of the gnomes of their fortress were wounded or killed. They could not withstand another defeat. Richard said that, to be more frank, he has his own tactics for this period of the war. The dwarf was wondering what his tactics were. Richard said that since the reason they started fighting was iron, or he had one brilliant plan for what to do with it. He suggested that they retreat and leave this lake in which Yes was located and wait until the tribe starts fighting and then finish off the rest. The dwarf began to get very nervous and said that they could not leave this lake, and Richard did not understand why this was so important to him. The dwarf said that in fact they protect not only the ore in this lake. After all, they have something more important. Richard has something wrong in his head. After all, they began to discuss the fact that they were protecting something. Although initially it was just iron or mining, Richard understood that most likely these gnomes have some very important secret at the bottom of this lake for which they do not want to give up. The lake was very deep, and it was full of secrets that the gnomes don't want to divulge because it's logical, because it's their home. And Richard knew that they were hiding some secret, and therefore he needed to find out as soon as possible so that his plans would not be ruined. Meanwhile, the gnomes continued to discuss the very secret that they themselves did not want to tell. The gnomes understood that if they revealed this secret, it would only be worse for them. One of the dwarves said that he was categorically against revealing this secret to strangers who had recently arrived on their lands. The dwarf said that a secret that is important to them may not be so important to others, so it was impossible to exaggerate so much. Meanwhile, another dwarf replied that the Lord was still an unusual guy. The wiser dwarf said that he fully supports the version that you cannot tell the secret to just anyone, especially if they can suffer big losses from this. Another told us that if it weren't for the help of this Lord, they would already be dead and could not win, which would simply blow them to pieces. The dwarves began to whisper and said that his words made sense, but at the same time it was necessary to understand that they did all this for no reason. The older gnome said that getting help to reveal the most important secret is two different things, and no matter how hard they try to persuade him, he still won't tell the secret. Meanwhile, the patriarch told the elders to calm down. After all, they must clearly understand that the war is not over yet, and they can all become corpses. The patriarch said that now their people are not able to independently resist this enemy who is ready to do everything to take their territories. The patriarch really wanted to go to Canada. He understood that most likely he would need to tell Richard this because this was the last hope they had. He ended the meeting. Meanwhile, the huge goblins continued to train under the guidance of a witch who had superpowers. The goblins became stronger and stronger because she pumped up their skills more and more every day. After all, she must work with them for the rest of her life. The goblins tried to show everything they could because Richard was already very angry because they had not progressed at all. But after a few seconds, he noticed that the goblin was able to do something incredible, and flowers that were not on the grass began to appear completely out of nowhere. Richard was very upset that they spent so much time learning such a simple trick for which they could not even call this witch. The little girl told him not to worry because even if it seems useless now, perhaps it could be useful to them in the future. Richard patted her on the head and said that the soldiers of the high mountain fortress should be able to cast powerful spells. Therefore, she needs to work harder. Meanwhile, time went to one place that they wanted to show Richard because they had no other choice. Richard was shocked that such a thing existed at all because the possibilities that these underground depths give you were unreal. When Richard swam by, he noticed that there was some kind of huge creature that had many chains and was incredibly large. This was the legendary Titan about whom there were a lot of rumors because he really was so strong that no one wanted to let him go. He had incredible sizes and turned out to be simply God among all the dwarves who were with him. The Titan was very large. Richard realized that these gnomes are not at all simple guys, and they have a lot of mysterious things that they simply covered with iron or which they also did not want to give away. Meanwhile, the goblins approached that same legendary Titan to discuss something with him. They needed to know their opinion. As soon as one of the dwarves touched his face, the eyes of this monster became very red, which meant that he was not happy that he saw a newcomer here. Richard simply could not believe his eyes because most likely the Titan sensed their presence because of, "I was able to wake up completely unexpectedly." Meanwhile, they had already fallen out of that place so as not to disturb the Titan, who was very strong, and they wanted to preserve him until the end of his days. Richard said that at first he thought that they were hiding a golden survivor there, but he never expected that it would be the one about whom there were so many rumors. He said that when they started mining at the bottom of the lake, it was unusual because then they were able to discover the rift, and they themselves did not expect that such a thing would happen there. Richard, because then these people are trying to hide titanium just because it is very rare, but the old man started laughing and said that this is not true at all. He explained to him that this Titan has his own calling and he appears before the clan. And this was a very important event. Richard realized that it was one of the old ancestors, but he could not understand how this was even possible. He was a little blonde due to the fact that such titans turned out to be small gnomes. The patriarch asked if he saw how the eyes of that same titan glowed. Richard replied that this confused him very much and he even began to worry. Meanwhile, this guy decided to tell Richard to look again at how her eyes glow, so that he would be completely sure. But when you look at his eyes, you yourself understand that the soul of a titan feels the blood of a dwarf and therefore begins to shine. The patriarch said that it flows in their veins and therefore he and God whom they must worship. Otherwise he will do something very bad to them. As everyone has long known, titans are ancient magical creatures. In legends their height exceeds even dragons. That is why everyone was afraid that they really exist. At a time when chaos reigned on Earth, they personified the power itself and could kill absolutely everyone who stood in their way because the Titans were invincible. The Titans possessed magic and were the only rulers of the Earth who could do anything and decide what was evil and what was good. However, beings obey the law of life and death, so the Titans also had to come to terms with this so that they could then continue to exist. Over time, it became more difficult for the Union to survive as a Titan. In the end, they disappeared from this world once and for all, away from problems. Richard asked why they didn't go with this Titan who remained underground because he could get over the mountains and everything would be fine, but the dwarf told him that everything was different. They had to understand that the environment in which the iron ore was located had magical properties. It was because of this that the titanium was held back. Also, the Titan could not be lost in this place. After all, if he leaves, his spiritual power will dissipate. Richard didn't understand why they got it because there was no evidence that an iron equal could really lock a soul. But he again said that there is proof and the guy knows nothing at all about history and draws too hasty conclusions. When he told us that earlier the council that they studied it for the Titans were much stronger and never began to mine iron or it weakened significantly. Therefore they long ago forbade giving iron ore to rivals. It is because of this that the lake could not be given away, but at the same time there is no need to play God to protect the Titan from death. The dwarf said that you don't need to sit on the Titan all the time because at midnight he begins to feel much stronger and later you no longer need to watch him. But it was also known that during a full moon the power is much greater than at normal times, so they did not understand at all what it depended on. One of the dwarves said that they believe that it is the full moon that can stimulate the power of titanium. It is because of this that he suffers but at the same time grows. The patriarch also said that they had preserved ancient books. They say that all this can be inherited. If you accept it, then there will be no enemy to be afraid of. Richard realized that they wanted to inherit it. He told the names that they had already tried many times and everything was completely unsuccessful. After all, they don't know how to do it correctly because they have already tried several times with several options. They said that they calculated that tomorrow night will be the most complete of our last century and the power of titanium can be transferred to someone. Richard understood why these little guys were so protective of this lake that had such strong potential. Richard couldn't understand why they told him all this. He had an assumption that they were completely crazy and decided to tell such valuable information left and right. The patriarch said that it would be very nice if the power of the Titan falls into his hands and the thunderstorm is worse. If no one inherits this power and it simply disappears. Another dwarf said that he did not discuss this at the Council of Elders, and if none of the dwarves manage to inherit this titanium power, then they will give Richard a chance. Richard the First don't believe that this is even possible. After all, they tried to do this many times, and now they think that some newbie will be able to deal with this once and for all. The dwarf boar said that this is absolutely necessary. If Richard doesn't have to participate in this, then even this will be better. Richard said that the soul and body complement each other, and he thinks that dwarves like people have a great chance. The patriarch really hoped for this. Evening said that it was time for them to return. After all, if they are gone for too long, people will suspect something and raise that they have some very important advice. The dwarves began to ask him to keep this secret until the end of his days. After all, no one should have found out about this, because if this power hits the whole hand, then people will die. The gnomes also asked that Miss Yenny not know anything at all, because such valuable information should be told only to him, because he knew how to be friends with his head. Richard told them not to worry about it. After all, they had definitely found someone who would keep his tongue under lock and key. Richard said that they should return as soon as possible. After all, they might already suspect something, because it was already dark in the soul and there were a large number of people. Meanwhile, the girl asked her boss where he got to and why he was so wet. He had been gone for a long time, so she became worried. Richard said that he fell into the lake and that's why she needed to get him a towel, because he was very wet. She began to carry out his orders. Richard asked the girl why they were here and where the other people were. She said that Miss Annie went to see how the witch trains special warriors and trolls. Richard really hoped that the dwarves would be safe before one of them inherited the same thing from the Titan. Meanwhile, the Centaur girl ran at incredible speed and shouted that things were very bad for them. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare as soon as possible. Richard asked her what happened and understood that now another era was coming where he would have to sacrifice his life. The Centaur girl said that the enemy army is moving right here and there are about 70 miles left. Therefore, they have no time to think at all. Richard said that this was not the right time and he needed to know how many people were ready to attack them. The girls said that there are about 4,000 or 5,000 of them, which means that they have absolutely no chance of winning such a difficult war. Richard understood that they would not stop until they reached their goal, so this battle was to be the last in which he had to show them the whole truth. In the meantime, they understood that another wave of war was approaching them. And this meant that the losses would be huge as always. And the weather was not the best. Still, they did not decide to give up just like that, but continued to shout their anthem through their corneas. They wanted to prove to everyone that the dwarves were ready to continue the battle. They continued to load their crossbows to kill those who began to attack them just recently, due to the fact that they too needed to get to that lake. When he was available or with shields, after all, they knew that except for them no one could help him protect his own family and home. The dwarves wanted to show that they would not just give up, because they got this territory with sweat and blood. The head of the other army continued to watch how these dwarves really wanted to continue the war, although they understood that they were not enough to take such a large number. Head Bear said that he must not destroy the dwarven fortress before sunset, otherwise everyone will be executed for not following the order of their head. The rest of the animals continued to obey and said that now everything would be done in the best possible way. After all, they could not betray their master who weighed the most. The huge troops said that it was time for them to attack. Absolutely no one could sit, because these dwarves deserved to be lost a long time ago. The dwarf king began to get very nervous, and just one day was not enough, because then they would have been able to inherit the power of the Titan and defeat them. Richard said that now is not the time for regrets, because the defense of the fortress is completely under his leadership and it was necessary to properly configure his army as soon as possible. And the bear shouted that it was necessary to finish off these short gnomes who would really be defending some kind of fortress that needed to be knocked down right now. The huge army continued to go into battle because they wanted to finish off absolutely every dwarf that existed on this planet. One of the dwarves said that the enemy is attacking and must be on alert at any second, otherwise they will sacrifice a lot. They were unstoppable because 5,000 people is too many against some dwarves who were considered half. And Richard said that it was time to act because he couldn't wait a second to kill his own people. Richard shouted fire because he wanted to test it too if he could really tell the army to fire at the same time. Meanwhile, they began to fire their crossbows, which were strung with the help of special things they bought from Richard. The centaurs also fired from sounds because he was able to improve their rank, and with this their firing range was much greater. It was impossible to count how many corpses there were after these shots, but you are right in the war because you can't feel sorry for anyone, otherwise you yourself will die. This army wanted to kill these dwarves who ate as they fought against such a large number. They could not be stopped because they were ordered to kill because this is what they did best. A few seconds later, that same witch was able to make herself known thanks to the fact that she taught the troll special powers. She was able to activate huge balls of energy that fell on that army of 5,000 people because they thought that they were invincible. After that, they wondered what they should do next because such a large number of dead all indicated that it was necessary to stop the battle, otherwise the losses would be very large, but they did not want to do this and continued to fight. Also, there were precisely the Taurians who did not participate in the previous battles. I also did not kill the dwarves one by one, but the families died. Richard said that the giants should be left to him because he knows what to do with them because this is the first time they are fighting against them. He mercilessly killed one after another because he wanted to help the army of dwarves as much as possible, which had already suffered many disasters. The bears died one for the other because Richard wanted to help his people as much as possible because he loved them with all his heart. And the bear was very upset about the fact that his brother was killed. And so he wanted to take revenge on him because he knew that if he killed he could prove that his people were fighting for a reason. He hit Richard with his mace, but he managed to block it. This means that all is not lost. Although the blow was indeed very strong, much further than expected, but still managed to survive, although the blow was even one of the best. The girl was very worried that Richard would suffer greatly because he was their boss. Falling in front of them wouldn't be the last thing he did. Therefore he stood up and wanted to fight against this bear further, because he knew that he could prove to him more. Richard said that it was not for nothing that he was the king, and for a long time he could not remember when someone could hit him so hard, but he still succeeded. King Medvedev said that he would take his life at any cost, and he didn't care who he was, and for him everyone was equal as a victim. Richard said that he only wanted to die, and that's why he's now caught for it, because you can't throw words around right and left. Richard went into battle and began to kill hair after hair because he wanted to get to the very king whom everyone respected but not him. There was a lot of blood loss, and absolutely every warrior was already cursing what the wars had created. After all, they want to live a calm life without any problems and enjoy it with their family. And Richard was able to kill absolutely anyone because he was already strong enough, but the battle continued anyway because the army was very large. Unfortunately, many people and gnomes died along with them because of the announcement that animals were simply forced to fight like they were with everyone. The girl said that these creatures seemed to have simply gone mad, and they could not defeat them because their emotions were too strong. But still Richard wanted to kill another one, and a table from the system popped up in front of him in which he could understand what he could get. It was written there that this was a system notification, and he was able to lose a first-class warrior as well as a bunch of other people. This was a very bad sign. Richard was very angry because he understood that he himself was now losing people, although he just wanted to make money from this due to the fact that the dwarves had, or Richard understood that there were still a lot of them. He would have to fight more and more of them each time. Therefore he was unlikely to be able to withstand such a strong horde. Richard knew that he would also lose people, so he told his subordinates to make a huge ball of arrows because they needed to get back to the dwarven castle. The weather was very bad, and the rain flooded the entire village in which these animals were located. They wanted to get this dwarven castle at any cost. Meanwhile, in this castle, they continued to treat their military, whom they almost lost on the battlefield when they fought against animals. They screamed because it was very painful because they suffered after numerous blows from these creatures that were too numerous to count. The patriarch noticed that one of his favorite gnomes had been killed, which meant that he had already lost absolutely everything he could. Richard was very angry and said that he should not cry. After all, they are not in the best position now. You don't need to understand what you are sacrificing. Richard grabbed him by the beard and said that the patriarch must pull himself together and call on his brothers to defend this place because he cannot give up. The patriarch realized that he really needed to get his act together because otherwise he would lose people. This is the worst thing that could be done, and yet he had already sacrificed a lot. And Richard of course had to win, but he knew that the work that the dwarves did should not be so greatly devalued because they also fought for their village. The girl asked Richard how things were going because she needed to know what they would do next. because they have very few people. And Richard said that the storm of the city had begun, and since the elves have a wonderful sound, she should listen to the sounds of battle, and know that it is better for her not to interfere in such a storm. This huge army continued to attack them. After all, they wanted to take revenge for what happened to her brothers who went to war much earlier and died. They took and tried to knock down the door that was in the castle of the dwarves. This means that there is very little time left. The dwarves believed that the witch was able to teach the troll to control it with new abilities. He made petrification. It was a good reception. They tried to hold this door. It was practically useless because there were a lot of them, and I don't understand how he could withstand such strong blows. Later, the army decided to take the ladder, and thanks to this, climb up. Although I don't know that they won't be able to continue attacking them from above. And there the dwarves were already on alert and ready to fight because their families needed victory, and it would not be very good to come home dead. The dwarves shouted that the enemies had gotten inside. Therefore, it was necessary to run as best as anyone could. Otherwise, I and everyone else would not die. And this is definitely the last battle. The big goblins had incredible strength, and they had a very strange look on their faces. After all, their eyes glowed with something bright red. The witch said that everything was already bad, and the enemy soldiers made their way into the fortress. They didn't know how to deal with them at all because there were a lot of them. Richard couldn't believe with his own eyes that they were able to do it so quickly. After all, they were completely unable to prepare another plan to do everything right. Richard asked why she came back. After all, they couldn't shoot them down with a fireball and it would all be over. She explained that it was raining very heavily there, and that this ball would be of no use at all because the rain would take everything upon itself. In the meantime, they were able to break through that very door, which meant that the end had come because now the dwarves would not be able to withstand what awaited them at all. Gunther understood that this was the end, and they had absolutely no options for what to do next. Most likely they will die, but that is their lot. These animals wanted to show them what they deserved to die, and therefore they were completely unstoppable. Richard asked his girlfriend if she was okay or not, and she replied that even the entire petrification technique could not prevent them from breaking through. Richard asked the patriarch how many people he had left. He said that he already had less than 100. Most likely they would all die now. Richard understood that each of them must defeat at least 100 opponents per person. This was physically unrealistic. Richard knew that he needed to act on his own because otherwise no one could do it, and he was the strongest and most pumped up. He was ready to show that these animals do not deserve to be on these lands. Now they will pay for it. Richard said that they need to go into battle together because no one can help them when they stand on their own against a huge army. They were very brave and did not give up because they knew that no one else could do it except them. They need to take everything into their own hands and show that they are ready for anything. Richard went into battle. He didn't care at all about the consequences because he knew that he could defeat them. Despite the fact that there were a lot of them, he had enough courage. He killed one with the other. He didn't care who they were and why they decided to fight against them. King Bear said that we need to deal with the Pompeian. The bear was very smart and understood that this was indeed a very important tactic to kill the head, because then he would not be able to do anything. A huge army ran towards one person, which meant that he was a corpse and had absolutely no chance of surviving against such an army. Richard did not give up and tried to show them that he was always ready for such battles because he had incredible courage. He activated his superpowers and some kind of very blue glow appeared, which meant that he was already completely angry. Richard struck with this wave and was able to kill several enemies at once who decided to attack him in a flock. Gunther was glad that she had such a strong captain, and she understood that with him she didn't have to be afraid of anything at all. Richard said that today he will allow him to see absolutely all the power that he has, because this is how the circumstances developed. Unfortunately, the dwarves were killed one by one, which meant that Richard had to be killed several hundred more. After all, the dwarves could not cope. Bears could kill them with their fangs, which were sharper than knives. But we were not afraid and continued to fight. The girl noticed that it seemed that the gnomes were not coping, which meant that everything would be completely different for them, and they would have to fight for the gnomes as well. Richard understood that they really could not cope, and therefore something had to be done to make the dwarves much stronger. Therefore, Richard asked the witch to make them a little more intelligent and also stronger using the bloodlust technique. Richard told her to work as quickly as possible because everything had to be done to make the gnomes stronger. The witch can conjure very cool techniques with the help of which now the gnomes will break into fights as if they were mad. The dwarves did not understand that this was happening to them. After all, they began to feel more energetic and also more athletic than before. Richard told the enchanted squad to use all their strength without reserve. After all, they must sacrifice themselves in order to save everyone. This squad was ready to fight against thousands of warriors because there were many more of them and they also had much stronger abilities. The hares wanted to fight against them because they knew that now they could deal with them and then get to King Richard himself. But as soon as the hare hit their head with his sword, he didn't understand what happened because the sword simply broke because his head was so strong. The hare was in a stupor and understood that he was now being led by death because he was the first to attack them and now he would pay for it. The dwarves stood with their weapons and knew that now they had to pay back for what these creatures decided to do against them. The gnomes were very much for the fact that they killed their relatives and therefore they wanted to do everything so that all the animals died. And the hares died one after another as if they were not there at all because the gnomes had incredible strength. And this means that soon everyone will die. Times through his telescope and he did not understand what was happening. Some dwarves were killing hares as if they were some kind of walls. The second Medvedev told his sheep to join the battle because otherwise they would lose. They accepted this order. After all, they had no choice. The rams rushed into battle, which meant that they would have to fight with another stronger opponent who had different equipment. Richard told the huge goblin to cut off the path, because in this way he could make a huge plus for his team, namely kill a herd of sheep. With the help of the fact that the goblin had magic that was taught to him by the which he was able to touch the ground and do this. Huge trees began to grow from under the ground and the ram had no choice but to stand and think what to do about it. The rams didn't know what to do next because they were cut off very badly, which meant that they had to carry a ladder to get through. But there simply wouldn't be enough stairs there because he was able to make a huge wall through which the sheep simply would not pass. The bear spilled a lot and said that he was a fat bastard who would pay for this and now all his hope is in the hares. Richard was delighted because now King Medvedev was left alone, which meant that it was too easy to get to him and he had to take advantage of it. Richard told the big goblin to use the invisibility technique in order to get to King Medvedev and there he could do everything himself. Thanks to the which he was able to activate this and now he has become completely invisible. It was an incredible experience to move as if no one was watching. Thanks to this they were able to get through the trees through small cracks that these rams could not find. Because they were stupid. A few seconds later the bear was shouted that his life had come to an end. The bear did not understand who was telling him this and was very afraid. Richard began to take out his sword to cut his head because he wanted to end this war once and for all. Richard managed to cut his body in half due to the fact that he had an incredibly strong sword and also the level of pumping. The Bear King did not understand what it was. After all, he had everything under control and a huge army had to protect him and conquer new lands. Richard said that this is the end of his life and it's time for him to get lost because now a huge army will attack him from which he will not be able to defend himself. The hares could not believe that the king had died and answer this meant that now they had no one to listen to in the war. The army was very scared because they understood that the king was dead, which means that they had no options to surrender or fight to the end. But still they chose a different option and started yelling that the king was dead. Therefore they had to run back despite it. The dwarves wanted them to pay for the fact that they killed almost all the dwarven troops. They didn't care how they died, they wanted to defeat them. The hares died because the gnomes were simply merciless thanks to the fact that the witch activated her powers. The hares did not know how to resist this. Richard realized that this army was in no way capable of seeing your pity fall, so they all ran away like rats. This huge army began to flee because they were afraid that another would simply kill them because their leader had fallen. I was terrified and everything was already over. Everyone was happy for it to end. People somehow wanted to go home and relax. The dwarves tried to cure everyone who received some kind of loss, but it was almost impossible with the amount of their resources. Unfortunately, the dwarven clan and Richard paid the blood of their people to protect the fortress. They had no other choice but to fight to the end for everyone who died. However, for Richard Seth, the defeat turned out to be very cool because he could not get good rewards for him. Richard received a notification from the system that he was able to get new levels for all his barbarians, and now the high mountain fortress has risen to a new level. The gnome patriarch wished him good night and was very glad that he did not give up and helped him in such a difficult battle. Richard asked where he put it together. It looks just incredibly beautiful. Most likely he had something planned. One of the dwarves said that it was impossible to forget that today was the full moon and they were going to hold another ceremony of the power of the Titans. Richard said that it had completely slipped his mind we needed to remember such an important event. The patriarch says that they went through very difficult days, but such a chance is rare, and therefore you need to take advantage of it even if you don't have the strength to go there at all. Everyone understood that today would be the fullest moon in the entire century and everything had to be done so that Titan would give them his powers. They hope that they will finally be able to inherit the power of titanium, which is really important for the dwarves. There was already a full moon and they hoped that the same transfer of titanium power would soon begin. And the gnomes really wanted to get it because for them it was the most important goal in life. Everyone understood that the ritual of transferring the Titan's powers would take a lot of time. Therefore, first the spellcasters needed to dry up the lake. Later they wanted to get to the Titan himself so that he could transfer his powers to them, but first they had to cast a spell. They tried with all their might to dry the lake so that they could stay there enough time. After all, they cannot breathe underwater. Some very strange magic began to form near the lake and the water seemed to evaporate. It looked incredibly beautiful. The same Titan began to appear from under the water looking incredibly beautiful and big. And why would anyone be able to re-inherit his powers? Everyone was shocked that he was so large and had more than 2 arms. It was a powerful creature before. Everyone understood that it was already possible to begin the inheritance ceremony, and did not care that among them there were no gnomes. Meanwhile, the candidates began to set about inheriting themselves as Titans. Everyone wanted to get such a rare power. They approached the Titan in order to receive those very cherished spells that he gives to the best and most worthy. Or maybe now I didn't understand what they were doing because it looked like they were scattering flies. It really looked very stupid. The witch said that there was nothing special about it. It's just a ritual for good luck, and in principle it doesn't give anything like all signs. Speech asked how trustworthy this method of inheritance is, and the witch said that she personally had not seen this, but among the shaman they say that it can be transmitted to the older generation through dance. Richard didn't understand what kind of bullshit this was. And if he had left, she was like that for him, and a certain one for you, they would have been doing this for a long time. There's no point in them working money every day if they can just get the power of a Titan. She said that it is impossible to inherit everything, so they will still have to work every day to improve themselves. Richard, anyway, you see, if he manages to get only 10% of the Titan's power, then they won't be able to get even this 10% of power in their entire life. Meanwhile, it was time to start the ceremony, and so they began to blow a lesson to activate the Titan who was supposed to choose the heir. By some miracle, a huge orange field of fire was formed, and it was studied that now only the most and most worthy would join him. Meanwhile, the first candidate went to this circle to understand whether he was worthy of re-inheriting the power of the Titan. He wanted to get her so he could be one of the best. Well, the dwarf asked him to use blood ties to make you hate people like everyone else who doesn't have these powers. He wanted him to pass everything on to him through blood ties. Richard asked if this is not dangerous. The witch said that there are quite dangerous things in this because it is not easy to enter the soul of a Titan if you are a dwarf. The witch said that if the body turns out to be very weak, it may simply explode due to the fact that the energy will be too oversaturated. Richard was glad that he was not a candidate, and therefore it was unlikely that he could end his life in such a stupid way. Meanwhile, the candidate tried to get power as soon as possible. After all, he was already hoping that he could transfer it to him. The Titan thought about what to do, but he never woke up. And this is nothing that the powers do not transfer to him. Was very upset that he couldn't get it. Meanwhile, I entered the next circle in order to understand whether you are worthy of receiving the powers of a Titan, thanks to which you will be able to protect all the dwarves. The candidate started in a circle and asked for strength from the Titan, but it still didn't give him anything because he didn't have enough strength and energy to have such a gift. Meanwhile, candidate number 3 sat in a circle to receive his powers because he thought that he was already worthy to receive them. But unfortunately, no one could approach us for this role, and Titan did not give his power to anyone at all. It was very sad because no one expected such an outcome. The patriarch was very angry because absolutely everyone but we failed. and this meant that no one had yet received this power. The dwarf asked him to give strength to his descendants because he hoped that at least he would be able to return that, for the sake of which they even maintain the dynasty of dwarves. Meanwhile, Titan did not give up the strength to beat anyone. He simply did not care that they begged and asked him to give them a chance. Unfortunately, even the last one could not get the powers of a Titan, and everyone understood that this was the end. People did not know that there would be such an epic ending. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the houses asked brother Richard to try too because he was the only hope who could re-inherit the powers. Richard thought that he wouldn't succeed at all and really didn't want to take part in it because he might simply be torn apart. But Richard was very brave with us, so he said that he didn't care about her since he was already asking for it, then we should try. Richard asked them how to do it all on his knees, and a huge force began to activate in front of him. It seemed something incredible, and everyone watched this process. After a few seconds, he began to receive new powers because the Titan had found someone who was truly worthy of it. The Titan began to move, and he could not understand what was happening, and it seemed that he realized that it was not a dwarf standing in front of him. But this is even for the better. It was clear from the Titan that he was really pleased with everything that was happening and wanted to transfer strength so that people could have such strong people. Meanwhile, it was clear in his eye that it was not a dwarf who approached him, which means that it was necessary to kill those who were not worthy of such an important race. Richard said that they need to offend because Titan is about to explode and they will all commit suicide. It was no longer possible to risk so much for the sake of some kind of power. But the gnomes stood and watched all this because they understood that this was a very good sign, and most likely they had found someone who could re-inherit the powers. Some small animal began to run out of his eye, which most likely wanted to convey to him very important information about his strength. The Titan was very angry because they put in the center not a dwarf but some simple person for whom the Titan would not give up his strength. The same animal flew out of his eye, and he did not understand what was happening to him because the Titan felt that someone very strong was really sitting inside him. This animal didn't say anything, it just felt that it had found the one it was looking for, which means that it could transfer its powers to Richard there. Richard didn't understand what this thing had to do with titanium at all, and whether he himself could have turned into this little animal earlier. Everyone understood that it was impossible for this animal to fall because it was then to emphasize that it could not be touched at all. Richard said that it was very touching and began to wipe away his tears because he really liked the way Titan reacted to what was happening. The witch thought that it was necessary to prepare this animal so that all the powers would go to them. Meanwhile, this little animal began to jump on the Titan because he could allow himself to do this because he was the descendant of this Titan. The dwarves were very afraid that he would somehow harm himself. After all, if I made even one wrong move, it would be the end of everything. Richard understood that he would not let him later. The great Titan is so neat and he likes to tower over everyone. This little animal continued to jump, and he also liked Richard, which meant that they had found each other and now there would be mutual understanding. The animal ran away from this Titan and jumped forward, which means that he wanted to get to Richard because he didn't really like him thanks to his courage. This descendant first jumped on the trolls and they stood in shock because they did not understand that this was even possible and they had not dreamed of it at all. The animal was incredibly beautiful and cute. After all, it had a pig's nose and huge red eyes. But Richard managed to grab it because he needed to consider what kind of beast it was and why it came down from titanium. Richard noticed that he has membranes between his forearm and ribs, and perhaps he can use them to float in the air. The dwarves asked him to quickly give it to them because this is what they deserved. The dwarves thought that since they found the Titan, it belonged completely to them. But the animal did not want to go over to them and began to beat with energy, which means that he did not like being in the company of gnomes at all. Richard didn't want to keep him any longer and get into some kind of trouble, so he told them to catch him themselves. After all, he only needed him to understand who he was. And Richard threw it to them because he didn't want to die himself because this animal was something not very ordinary. It was a vile act. But he had no other choice. This animal exploded because it was not in the hands it needed to be in, but what happened has already happened. After all this, the gnomes stood very offended because they were hit very hard. This means that this animal is ready to kill everyone if it is directed at it. Richard couldn't believe that he could inherit the Titanic Thunder technique, and it was indeed a very good technique. Meanwhile, the dwarf told everyone to look at the Titan. Most likely something very bad began to happen to the titanium. Titan was completely in chains, and this meant that he was being pulled into the ground and he was dissolving into small pieces. After all, they were able to inherit his descendant. The dwarves were very worried about the Titan. The patriarch said that most likely he had already completed his mission that he had to do. Everyone understood that it was his time to return to the earth, and therefore his head fell from his body, which meant that the Titan had completely ended its existence. This little animal began to make some very strange sounds and watched as the adults watched the death of the Titan. Richard said that we should call him Chu-Chi since he made exactly those sounds. Richard liked this little animal but felt like his dad. Meanwhile, the weather was already very good and the sun was shining its rays on the earth. It seemed to everyone that the weather would always be like this and everything would be great in my life. Also, Richard, with the help of an agreement with the dwarves, began to export or from them precisely in order to earn good money from it and feed his horde. The girls didn't understand why he was in such a hurry to reach the high mountain fortress. After all, they didn't even have time to talk about their cooperation. Richard said that she would receive her share as they agreed. The girl was very angry because I understand that Richard never just resets the dialogue if everything is true. The blonde understood that they were hiding something from her, and she didn't like being deceived, and she was ready to figure it all out. He said that there was nothing special about it. Meanwhile, the animal continued to make some strange sounds and showed itself to this girl. She noticed that this was something unusual. After all, his eyes were very large and red, and she had never seen such animals before. She said he was very cute and didn't understand where he came from. Richard was explained that he is really very nice and now he will tell where he came from. He said that the gnomes first wanted to raise him themselves, but then they entrusted it all to him because the animal itself fell in love with him. Also, as soon as Richard left this place, he began to refuse food which was provided to him only by the best products. Richard understood that only he could raise him normally and therefore they had to give him away to the new one, and because they had no choice. After all, he would have simply died of hunger. I asked for a few days and they were finally able to get to this high mountain fortress to which Richard had already wanted to return for weeks. After this, the girl together with the Sormovo members went back to the trade guild promising to send people as soon as possible to establish trade relations. But a few days later, no one waited for this girl and Richard met with the head of the reserve Sauron. They met and the head said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He also said that Richar is where there are good rumors and he has gained popularity. He said that everyone talks about how good a warrior he is and how everyone glorifies him. After all, he was able to protect the dwarves from defeat. Richard bowed to him and said how he ended up here. After all, if he was passing through, they could go to his fortress. The Lord said that he came here specifically to see Richard, and Richard couldn't believe that he came only for him because it means that he needs some kind of creature or something else. Richard didn't want to handle that little animal. The old man said that he was not interested in men and told Richard to understand his words normally, and that he was not gay at all. He needed to know something else. He also said that he had brought a rare dish and at least to have lunch with Richard because he had not seen him for a long time and wanted to discuss something. Richard accepted his offer because he understood that he could not refuse this because he had traveled a lot of miles to have lunch with him. Although at the time it was a huge octopus that considered itself a delicacy, and it was this that they wanted to cook for lunch. Meanwhile, the small animal that lived with him began to show itself and wanted to go out into the fresh air to show itself to the Lord himself. Richard was very worried because he knew that he could be discovered along with this animal and he had to behave more carefully so that they would not be identified. Richard loved him very much and told the baby to calm down because he was starting to bother him again, but he couldn't yell at him. He just said that he was incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, he handed something to Richard and Richard could not understand what it was in his hand. It was really something very fragile. Richard pressed it to check that she actually didn't know what this animal could bring to him. He pressed it and threw it into his mouth because he wanted to eat as quickly as possible. After all, he was already very hungry due to the fact that dinner had been preparing for a long time. The animal was not upset at all because he did not appreciate his gift and simply crumpled it up and ate it. The animal felt as if out of place. The Lord noticed that it was a very cute little animal and that very strong vibrations of elemental energy emanated from it. Most likely it had demonic power. And Richard said that I have a demon beast, it's just from titanium. It's because of this that he has such strong capabilities. He also added that the baby should call the gnome cook and then he will receive a reward for which he really wanted to jump. The animal ate what Richard gave him and was glad that he had such a great owner who looked after him and loved him. Hotly he said that I looked at the fact that he was still small. This little guy inherited the purest essence of titanium, and in fact he is much stronger than it seems at first glance. Meanwhile, the dish was already ready and they wanted to eat this squid as quickly as possible. After all, everyone was already hungry due to the fact that the squid took a very long time to prepare. Richard the First thanked him for the fact that if not for his permission his expedition would not have gone as smoothly as he would have liked. The Lord asked him if he wanted to know why he did this to him. Most likely the Lord wanted to tell him the truth why he did this to him and why everything turned out this way. Meanwhile, he began to take out some small bottle from which a small sound was coming. There was some white powder that looked very suspicious. Richard understood that he was just trying to interest him, but he wouldn't succeed at all because Richard was already very experienced. He is not using drugs because of them and said that he knows what has been happening to the Empire for many years. She wanted to explain to him that there are two factions. Richard could not believe that he was telling him the truth to take the very two factions about which there were only rumors and legends. Nobody saw them live. But unfortunately people knew that the first faction is the minions of the Holy Church of Light who sleep and see that all power over the Empire will pass into their hands. The other faction were those who loved the Ice Goddess who was the enemy of the Holy Church. They had very bad relations with each other. Because of this they were divided into two factions. At the moment the Holy Church of Light is the main religion in the human world. Almost 1/3 of the country has the prefix holy, which meant that they are really minions of this faction. However, this is the northernmost human country on the continent. So many people believe in the Ice Goddess and they are not entirely sure about believing the holy faction. The old man said that in winter various natural disasters often occur which contribute to the spread of faith in the Ice Goddess. Richard was very interested in which faction he and his half-brother belonged to because he had to know how to proceed and with whom to ally. He said that they do not believe in gods. After all, they are magicians and therefore they enlist among secular people, thereby maintaining neutrality. Richard said that magicians usually don't smoke and that they don't have such a stupid habit. He said that this is not tobacco but a powder made from the brain and a giant beaver which gives them more strength and self-confidence. He said that the magic of their physical abilities often requires them to strain their brains. This thing just helps him relieve a migraine that he's had for a very long time. Richard understood that these were all excuses, but he didn't care because he understood that it was important for him to know which faction was his comrade. Richard said that he actually doesn't believe in gods either because there is no evidence that gods came to this world. The speech also said that no one could make him believe something he had never seen. The old man said that he had been looking after him for a long time and it was not often that people met unbelievers like him, and he decided to help so he should appreciate it. Richard couldn't believe that he moved here just to say how cool he was. It was very stupid and most likely the old man just wasted a lot of time. Here Richard began to think that he was trying to drag him into the faction that adheres to neutrality. He didn't really like what he was telling him, but he had to listen. The old man realized that he was able to declassify him and admitted that what happens and that he needs to have a good person under him whom he can always rely on. But Richard told him not to even think about it because he is not as corrupt as he might think and he is completely different. The guy understood that when they started arguing the neutral parties would have to fight the factions right away and then they would simply get into trouble. The old man realized that he was really telling the truth and suggested to him that even if they ever meet on the brink of war, he invites him to choose the Church of the Holy Light. Richard could not understand why he was inviting him to choose this particular side because there is another one and what should distinguish them. The old man gave him something very interesting and told him to look at 3 types of coins that actually had a very good story about themselves. He told him that 1 gold coin can be exchanged for as many as 12 cereal coins and 1 silver coin for 24 copper coins. It was a very strange course, but they knew what they were doing. The old man said that they only have 10 fingers. But in fact they could change this ratio to the number that is easiest to combine, but they didn't, and the question was why. Here Richard began to understand that the Ice Goddess had 12 wings and 24 different versions of her image. That is why the coins had such a course. The magician understood that, in the end, the ice goddess church has too much influence and everything must be done to reduce it to zero because otherwise they will get into very big problems. Richard extended his hand to take one coin because he understood that he could explain something to this old man. The old man said that his reputation was too good. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this small advantage in order to win. Richard knew what he was getting at, and it was better than nothing. Richard also knew that he owed him another 1,000 gold, so he had to do everything to pay him back this debt in order to have good connections. Since Richard took another one, this golden old man said that he owed him one more, and Richard realized that he couldn't be fooled just like that. After they had already eaten, they needed to properly familiarize themselves with the entire army that they had in the high mountain fortress. They had to become completely familiar with everyone. Richard asked why he so simply wants to leave without even seeing absolutely the entire fortress that he managed to build during all this time. The old man said that he already knows everything and therefore he has nothing to do here further. Richard said that everything is not entirely true because in any case he will act at his own discretion. Richard understood that he had to pay him for something. But it was impossible to just come to the fortress and wander around here. The old man said that he heard that they are developing very quickly, so he should live for one horse. After all, he has important things to do. Richard realized that he had a good reputation. Therefore, it was necessary to give. The old man said that it was not a privilege, but he saw no reason to envy the privileges of an old weasel like him who had good opportunities. Richard asked him if he really regrets what he did alone because now he won't be able to climb higher, and the old man said that he doesn't care and of course he won't do anything anymore. He said that he would give him a small example because in fact he is allergic to the powder from the brain of a giant beaver because if he doesn't take a breath he immediately feels uneasy. However, he should know that migraines are much stronger. The old man said that he does not complain about the sensations when he takes this powder because he must understand that if he does not do this he will simply die due to a migraine. The old man said that this is called making a choice that unfortunately he cannot manage himself because of his body. Meanwhile, the little witch decided to return to him to see how his high mountain fortress was living. After all, earlier he had let her go. Richard stayed with our calls and sunbathed with his animal because he understood that he was able to achieve what he wanted and he has a completely ideal life. The witch said that they had already returned and Miss Annie was with her. They were very happy to see each other. The girl couldn't believe that it really existed because she looked at the high mountain fortress and couldn't believe her eyes. The high mountain fortress has really changed a lot and now it looks completely different and has much more privileges. Richards asked her if she didn't recognize these places, and she replied that it had changed beyond recognition, as if someone had deliberately destroyed everything to build it. Richard said that this is all thanks to two trolls because lately they have been regularly using equipment on the road. Therefore the whole area is buried in flowers. Richard also wanted to tell her what the gnomes who lived right on his territory were doing here. He explained that absolutely almost all of the wars died. So we need to gather them all together and start training. Miss Annie was finally able to understand that he was able to make a secret deal with the dwarves whom she herself did not like very much, and now he also gave them a new life. Richard said that they decided all this after leaving and not at some secret meeting that she doesn't even know about. Miss Annie wanted to know what he was doing here now because he just kept our calls all day long and did nothing. It was really ideal for Richard to live in such conditions because everyone helped him and everyone looked after him because he had power. The girl also asked him what kind of animal he had with him, and he didn't even know how to first tell about it. Richard began to cry and said that she knew that he was still a philanthropist, and after the war some lynxes abandoned this little animal. And that is why he could not refuse such a small animal who was left completely alone without any luck or a chance to live. Richard also said that in general it was this witch's idea because she said that this baby would not rely on anyone, so out of good intentions, he allowed them to become his maid. The witch was shocked that he put all the blame on her because she didn't want to participate at all in what those gnomes did. But the girl didn't care, and she said that she had one more good deed for him that he had to do in order for their relationship to be in a good key. She said that she had someone to introduce to him, namely the famous naturalist Miss Buckland. She was somehow very strange and mysterious. It was a tigress, and she was ready to serve him because she knew about what feats he had performed before. She enjoyed being in his company. Richard couldn't believe his eyes that this was a real tigress because he thought that absolutely everyone had already died out after such terrible days had happened. Miss Annie began to talk about her because she comes from the famous clan of white tigers. However, she is much more knowledgeable in the arts than in battles. The girl introduced herself and said that her nickname is Tan, and therefore they can address her as Tan Bai Hu as her real nickname. Richard was delighted at this meeting but showed it as if he didn't even want to have anything to do with her because her name was consonant with one Chinese artist and very strongly. But Richard began to say absolutely everything to maintain good relations and said that he really hoped that she would be able to conduct her research in his fortress. Richard started laughing and said that it was okay because they didn't have anything to feed her because she was an animal that fed on other people. Tigress felt that she was not being treated very well, and as if she was not at all welcome to see her here, although this was in fact the case. In the meantime, they came to that very high mountain fortress because they needed to rest after resting. Gunther said that they were leaving, and Richard answered her that you will leave earlier and return earlier. He needed to get the rewards as quickly as possible. Richard hoped that everything would go smoothly. They would bring a few barbarians with them. The girl told him not to worry. In any case, someday they will bring all the captives. The girl waved along with the barbarians and said that she had to go already. They set off on a journey to find new residents. Richard asked the girl if she could help him see if there were high-quality books on the market on how to develop the spiritual power of a warrior. She said that she would look, but he must count on the fact that excellent books cannot be bought just with money, but something more valuable must be given away. Meanwhile, the patriarch came to Richard to ask him for one very important information. He needed to find out what the dwarves should do. Richard told him not to overwork himself and not to come to him but rather go and rest. After all, everything is not going very well with him anyway. The dwarfs said that they had finally finished building a new blast furnace and the blacksmiths were preparing to open it in order to please the residents. Richard understood that absolutely everything was going according to plan and his entire fortress was developing thanks to each other's complement. Richard knew that since they had joined the clan of gnomes, I could bring them a lot of blacksmiths and ore, and the military industry of the high mountain fortress had reached a new level. Thanks to the fact that Richard could get the union together with the dwarves, he has a lot of ore with which he can make himself excellent armor and weapons. Gunther said that after such days they finally have a lot of good weapons with which they can work and kill normally. Richard asked how she liked the forest solution, and the girl replied that it was simply gorgeous and wanted to thank him for such efforts. The girl asked him why he needed so many weapons because she understood that since he was making so many things they would most likely attack something. Richard said that this is a special invention of this gnome, and you just need to press the button in order to activate the mechanism on top. Or a few seconds after he pressed, the suit began to move on its own, which means that there really is some kind of mechanism there. Richard said that this is a fast-moving technology and it looks quite modern, which means that no one had anything like it. Gunther said that the blacksmith calls her completely differently, and they were all wondering what the girl was talking about. The patriarch said that this was titanium armor, and the girl said that she liked this name much better because it sounds more dangerous. And this was the credo of her life. Meanwhile, they all watched Richard, who had incredible armor, and they all wondered how he was able to get it. But Richard began to feel some kind of hostility towards this armor, and felt that everything here really had not yet been fully finalized. And Richard asked them to take it off him, and the girl began to laugh because he had come up with the idea that it was fast armor, although he couldn't take it off himself. The gnome said that there are also problems with how to remove it, but he can soon solve this problem. For him, it was a small problem because he knew how to deal with it. Meanwhile, the assistant said that the lizard people had come here, and they didn't want to see Richard, about whom there were a lot of rumors and legends. Richard was wondering who it was that came to him because he had never heard of such animals before, which had actually already begun to intimidate him with their name. Richard took a special pipe in order to examine the guest who came to him because he wanted to find out who he would be dealing with. Richard noticed that these were dwarfs again, and it looked like they had weapons, but they could detain them in order to discuss important information with them. And Richard was told that people talk about the fact that they are passing through here, but he doesn't care about the children. He wanted everyone to have a good relationship with him, and because of this he will have resources. The girl said that it is unknown why they are here, but they will have to arrest them. But the Centaur girl said that only fools worry. But suddenly the tiger realized that most likely they were going to Pompeii. They were not at all interested in this high mountain fortress. Richard didn't understand why he should go there. After all, they had no reason at all to hide from their area. She explained to him that His Majesty many years ago began to assemble a powerful army from various animals. Richard didn't understand what this had to do with these tales. Miss Annie said that you should underestimate them because they are the people who can show them really good resistance, and they are also dragon tamers. Richard couldn't believe that she was telling him just now about such important things. After all, they could die because of these lizards. She told him not to get excited because we are not talking about real dragons, because it just looks like a beast that has the same body structure. Richard began to take offense at her and said that she had not told him about this before, and therefore she should talk to him more often. Meanwhile, the tiger girl said that the life of this people begins strangely from birth. Everyone knew that each box was born together with one dragon, and they were completely as one, like yin and yang. The tiger girl said that it is precisely because of this dragon tamer that the name is not entirely correct, because they are relatives, and also he is not the owner or the pet. Richard had already calmed down and asked who was in charge during reproduction. The tiger girl was very smart and said that all the spirits of the lands are merciless. So the main thing is definitely the people. Richard was also very interested in how big these earthly dragons were, because he could not understand how great their strength was in general. The tiger girl adjusted her glasses, which meant that this was really not a very good sign, because she would now tell everyone everything, and this is very boring. She said that they are a little smaller than their armadillo, and besides they are artiodactyls, which is useful when introducing combat. Richard became very angry, but he understood that now he would have to fight against a very strong opponent, and so he squeezed the pipe. He shouted to them to quickly bring them here and provide them with an overnight stay. Richard knew that through his connections with these dragons he could benefit. The tiger girl asked him what he wants to do since he provides them with accommodation for the night and such good conditions. Richard was already very angry because I didn't know about this before, otherwise telling her what he was trying to do. He began to explain to her that he was going to let them stay in the fortress. Richard's face was simply incredibly strange, and most likely he became crazy. The tiger girl looked at him like he was some kind of idiot and said that he still dreams that he will become some kind of lord, although even people do not choose him as king. But still, after some time, most likely it really was a true story, and these green dragonets began to be tamed by him. Richard said that they could bring absolutely all the people here, and then they would discuss everything. The dragons obeyed him like some kind of children. The tiger girl couldn't believe that they even called him master, because it seemed like something very strange. To believe that it worked out. After all, before she had never been able to see a person who could distribute everything so competently. But Richard was not like that, and he knew that he would succeed. After all, it could not have happened otherwise, because he was one of the smartest. The girl began to ask him what he pretended to do with them. Most likely he was just using some kind of potion. He said that there is no division, and he simply said that he has magic herbs to increase strength. She understood that he was just an ordinary idiot who deceived, and it looked very dishonest on his part. Meanwhile, the weather had already become very good, and there was peace and tranquility in the forest. Everyone liked being in such conditions. Richard, as usual, played cards with the dwarves because he loved to do it. He liked to communicate with them because he knew that he would defeat them because they were stupid. He beat them time after time, and he didn't care that they were his slaves. It was his pastime that he loved with all his heart. And Richard wanted to throw away his cards, but he noticed something. It was very strange that he began to worry. And this was clearly not good. Meanwhile, his glasses began to shake, and he realized that they had finally arrived, which meant that he could not relax, but on the contrary, he needed to gather all his strength. And Richard understood that they were able to translate the dragons that he wanted to see, because he knew that these animals were ready to show a lot. Richard began to look with the help of his telescope for the very dragons in question, because he had wanted to see them for a very long time. Even that little animal began to feel very strange and panicked, although it had not yet felt such strong emotions. Richard realized that the animal really began to behave very strangely because of the stripe in his bosom. And this meant that something had to be done with him. Gunther asked the centaur girl if the centaurs could resist these dragons, otherwise she answered that they were too stupid and the centaurs could easily cope with them. And Richard noticed through this pipe that his cavalry had also arrived, which had incredible strength because he was able to pump it up. These huge creatures charged forward like a huge army. This truly deserved the title of Great Lord, and not everyone could boast of such possessions. The girl said that she was very sorry that these people were physically weak. They would like stronger riders who could calmly control these dragons. Richard said that he can change riders easily. But the blood connection through which trust is achieved between them cannot be changed at all. The tiger girl said that there should be balance everywhere, and if nature gave them enormous power, it would be a bad thing with the help of which people or just animals would destroy everything. And she explained that these people are always Geminis, but because of physical weakness it is sometimes difficult for women to get pregnant, and for the sake of children it is therefore not always possible. One of the dragons got down and said that he was very lucky to see his master, and his name is Abu, and he is the leader of this people. Richard asked how he could be in this fortress because he wanted to find out how much he liked everything that was in it. The dragon looked at him and realized that he really liked everything, but there was something suspicious here. The dragon said very usually and in few words that everything here promises a lot, but you always had to be on guard because you could be betrayed. Richard said that he personally would make sure that the medicines he said were given to everyone. The dragon thanked Richard and believed that he was his leader, but Richard himself did not expect that dragons would appear in the system. This is probably due to the fact that the people and earth dragons are blood relatives. Richard opened the system and noticed that after his medicine both Linus will begin to gain experience together. This will give them strength. The tiger girl said that she knew that Richard had recently wanted to receive a book about the magic of light. Richard continued to eat and said that he was really interested in it and asked if she had one of those. She replied that she didn't have one, but Richard was very angry because she was taking him for a fool, as if he didn't understand anything at all. The girl asked him if he had heard about the art of sacred prayer, and she advised him to try it because most likely it was something incredible. Richard sat, and I would say that this art seems to be connected with the strength of the voice, and in comparison with physical development can hardly add power to it. Richard said that many do not survive natural selection because they keep up with the times. That is why Richard is not interested in this ancient garbage. Miss Annie said that she also believes that the art of sacred prayer is already a relic of the past and one really needs to move with the times. The tiger girl said that today's youth grow up completely without brains, but they also die without them, and you need to understand what you can sacrifice now. The tiger girl became interested in how hard the boss could punch with his fist because she had to understand his strength and power. Richard said that he no longer remembers about this at all, and he activated his power a very long time ago. He didn't want to do this. It's just that he knew that this job was not for him. But suddenly Richard activated his club to shake off the old days. After all, he had really never fought for a long time. Richard demonstrates 3 times how hard he can hit, and that's why he just hit forward through the air and not at the table because he would have simply broken. With this blow he managed to extinguish the candle, and that is why she had to understand that he could hit about 2 tons. The girl told him to study the effects of the art of sacred prayer because he would know how strong the effect is. And the speech said that he respects all her arts very much, but he would not want to use this nonsense because he knew that he was already strong. She told him that the effects of the art of sacred prayer increases strength several times, and he needed to understand how much he could increase. Richard, at first I didn't understand what she was talking about, but then she added that it was all in proportion to all his parameters. This really already interested Richard, and he realized that if he becomes stronger, if the weak one becomes weaker. She said that in addition to the fact that the practice of Jesus' sacred prayer increases resistance to magic, it also gives good techniques and physical activity. Richard said that he did not expect to hear such a thing from her, and the girl handed him some kind of scroll and said that in her youth she came across it and very quickly mastered the whole teaching. She handed him this scroll, and he already wanted to unroll it as soon as possible. After all, he understood that if he could become stronger in proportions, it would give him new opportunities. Richard opened this scroll and began to read it very carefully because he did not want to miss a single detail. He noticed that it was written about the same battle mage Nero, about whom there were legends because his strength was incredible. It was stated there that 3,000 years ago, during the era of the great elemental tide, it was extremely difficult to cast magic. That is why the art of sacred prayer was created without relying on it. God himself only succeeded in the art of all your prayers. She could even practice dark light magic in the kingdom itself. Richard said that it was simply impossible because it really sounded as if they were in some kind of fairy tale. The girl sipping a cocktail said that the ancient scrolls are not stored for that long, and most likely these are just theories that could actually turn out to be true. Richard understood that since it works like that, he should try it. After all, he has all the possibilities for this except desire. Meanwhile, this girl gave him this scroll for a reason, because she would like to ask him to make her the governor of the high mountain fortress. This is a really good position. Richard understood that this was done only because of this and allowed her to become governor, although he knew that she would receive great privileges from this. The blonde also knew that now the high mountain fortress was experiencing stagnation. Such an educated woman would be able to turn this same outback into a beautiful place. She was very happy because she understood that thanks to her mind she could really do everything perfectly for herself. The girl was very happy and said that the high mountain fortress is an ancient village full of life and strength. She had not felt this good for a very long time. She was very happy and said that she was very happy because she understood that she could make an incredible world out of this. This girl was simply beautiful and also unexpected. After Richard read this letter, he could not get it out of his head and therefore continued to peer at it even when he went to bed. He realized that this art of prayer had as many as 5 levels of energy, which means that it could really be pumped up well. Richard knew that if he could master the spell Starlight Twinkle Light and the Smart Light Sunlight spell, he could master the Solar Daylight. Unfortunately, the lowest wound was the Dawn spell, applied once a day, and the effect lasts half an hour and increases the strength by half. As soon as he read this, he realized that with each subsequent rank, both the level and continuation of the effect increase. Richard was already very tired, so he threw away this scroll and said that he had enough of this theory and it was time to try everything in action. He wanted to start with the basics. The first thing he realized was that he was very cool and that no one had as much power as him. Some kind of seal began to activate from his chest. Richard noticed that the scroll said that it usually takes a month to learn the basics. Therefore, he will have to spend that much time. He knew that if the type of sensation reached the heart, then the spell had worked and he could truly understand its power. Richard began to smile and realized that he was truly superior and decided to use it before bed. And apart from all this, he is really already very tired and therefore he needs to think about it tomorrow and now completely rely on sleep, but before that look at the army in the system. But suddenly, as soon as he logged into the system, Richard was very surprised because he noticed that something very strange had happened there. He could not contain his emotions and began to swear because there really was good and bad, but luckily there was more good. He noticed that it was written there that his progress was incredibly great, which means that he had incredible power over absolutely everything. Richard began to think about pumping a few points into this skill because he wanted to feel like he was at a new level and find out how cool he was. Richard knew that he received these points quite a long time ago and new ones are becoming increasingly difficult. Therefore, you need to understand where he spends them. He continued to think because he knew that if he continued to practice, this level would soon be gained very slowly. Still, he told himself that he should not stop all the perfection and therefore must do everything right now. He dared to decide and said that he needed to increase the level of his skill when the limit was reached because he wanted to seem like the best who ever existed. Richard managed to activate this power and wanted to get it completely as soon as possible because he knew that this way he would threaten everyone. Richard really began to press that same confirm button because he wanted to feel new strength and also power that he had not felt before. Richard said that he felt something old but at the same time unusual, and that's why he didn't know what to do. But still, he could not change anything because he knew that some small sun had appeared in his heart and began to shine and warm him. Finally, he realized that this is the very power of light that absorbs him completely and gives incredible results at the output. Richard completely lit up and looked incredibly beautiful because he was like God who was activating something new. He understood that now he was seeing something new. After all the details of his past were disappearing right before his eyes. He said that he felt that he could discharge the air and he could also meet the density of water as if the boss of all nature. But you couldn't think like that until you checked it yourself. Finally, Richard understood why you, the tiger girl, told him about this power, and now he understands that with its help he has become much better. He was so passionate that he said that he needed to invest new points and began to open the system to do this. He was somehow incredibly strange because the morning had already come. He continued to pump himself because he did not feel the limit. Still, the morning came and they were sitting at the table and no one could understand how the boss could master this art in just one evening. The girl said that he was really very smart and no one had ever managed to realize all this so well before. She said she was proud of him. Richard really thought that he would be able to hear praise from all this, but in the meantime he got a completely different result. She also praised him not as much as he imagined. After all, everyone else said that he was great and he even lost his breath when he found out about it. My friend, he noticed that someone was directly silent and did not react at all to the fact that he was able to get such a great development. He meant the same girl who didn't tell him anything at all, otherwise it was only his vision for the sake of which he did all this. Meanwhile he approached her and said that he had already managed to read the scroll that she gave him and feel this wall, but she did not let him finish. The girl slammed the book and said that since he had already read it he should continue to try to cause flows of heat. Richard said that she is just a hillbilly who they respect absolutely no one and does not want to listen to him. Richard got very upset and said that they were just a bunch of bastards who didn't really explain anything to him. Meanwhile, the dwarf, who was already very experienced, said in the anvil that he must ask permission for the bronze weapon to come into action. The tiger girl asked him how he was talking about bronze weapons because she didn't know what they were talking about. Richard said that he has a rather big thing that ancient peoples were able to dig up. He also said that he remembers the sword, and judging by the decoration it dates back to the time of the Neuron Rebellion and it costs a lot of money. The girl asked them to take her with them because she wanted to see the very weapon in question. Richie said that he would also go because he wanted to notice that same treasure. They began to follow into the huge hoard of metal. I didn't want to see you absolutely everything that these dwarves used for their usual routine life. Richard couldn't believe that there was a lot of metal and he felt that he would become incredibly rich. They looked at all this with amazing eyes, and that figure was some kind of nonsense because it was impossible to have so many weapons. Richard said that bronze is not some kind of rubbish, but it is a high price and it is really rare among the people and not everyone will have the money for it. The girl began to examine the weapon and really realized that it was preserved very well, even to her surprise, although she almost never makes mistakes. She decided to fully test this sword and therefore licked it because she wanted to understand how original it was. After she licked it, she realized that the smell of an ancient mausoleum emanated from it, and it was unlikely that anyone would dislike such a weapon. The girl hugs the sword and said that she had only heard about this but did not expect that she would be able to see it in life and experience it. Richard understood that this was pure wealth and he really didn't have any restrictions because he thought that he would be a billionaire and maybe even more all his life. Richard told them to go and call the witch girl for her new tasks because he wanted to strengthen the fortress thanks to the new wilderness. The witch didn't understand why they were taking her away again because she didn't steal anything and even that milk wasn't hers. She was very afraid that they were simply taking her to nowhere. Richard was delighted because he had already seen her. He said that from now on he asks her and she answers. These were the rules of interrogation and she could not change anything at all. He asked her when she saw this bronze before because he needed to know how ancient it was and what its origin was. Richard resembled a small child and he wanted to know when and in what quantities she saw this bronze. She said that about 6 months ago they were exchanged with their eastern neighbors, and at that time many tribes bought them because they were much cheaper than iron weapons. Richard was very angry because she had not told him about such an important detail before and they lost a lot of money. She said that he didn't need this nonsense and he should calm down because the weapons they made themselves were much stronger than those bronze ones. Richard and the tiger girl began to laugh at her because she was saying just nonsense that she didn't even want to listen to. She didn't understand it at all. Richard understood that she knew little and therefore he needed to calm her down because she simply did not understand and did not know what she was talking about. Richard could not tolerate the thing she was saying, namely nonsense, but he knew that it cost much more. He patted her on the shoulder and said that the organization had now decided to give her the most difficult task that she had to do. Richard said that he would give her 10 fighters and she should go and find out where all these things came from. The girl asked if she could refuse this task. Richard said that moreover she shouldn't even ask this question, which is why she went through 10 minutes of war in search of a source of bronze. Fortunately, after several difficult battles, the famous Golden Sign and Golden Order were installed near the fortress. As soon as the witch entered different territories, the people of Zemstvo began to take revenge on her and say that she was unworthy to be here. That's why bronze items circulated all along the way, and soon she was able to find the birthplace of the ruins that were truly worth it. On the way back, the number of the company had already increased to 100 people, and it was able to take with it an entire army. As soon as Richard noticed her, she could not understand who they were because he thought that it was someone who had decided to attack his fortress again. The smart girl said that she didn't really know their origins and didn't even know the tribe they were all from. Richard said a very important quote about how one day one man gave in to the hearts of all of them, cutting grass to feed the cows. She began to show him on the map where that very place was because this task was really difficult and she was able to show that very place on the map. Still, Richard needed to do something, and he told her to go and choose a reliable guide because she needed to bring dozens of people as well as raise her reputation. He knew that when the time came they would sell it and exchange it for wheat beans, and he would return several hundred tons. A rather wise idea came to him. Richard mounted his horse and told her to come back and give him good protection from the high fort. He knew that he wanted to see that very place for himself. A week passed, and the girl was happy that Richard was finally able to return after such a long hike. Everyone started asking him how it all went because they wanted to know how successful he was, although they themselves knew the answer to this. Richard began to brag as usual and said that if he gets down to business there is absolutely no doubt that he can achieve it. The girl understood that such a large quantity would suppress the price of ancient weapons on the market. Therefore, it was necessary to do so in order to sell them a little at a time. Richard got off his horse, and the tiger girl asked where all the free people had gone, and he replied that he thought about what was hanging on the wall, a beautiful phrase, so he allowed them to leave it and figure out how to destroy it. And the girl asked him if he was afraid that something might happen to them. But he said that nothing would happen to them because even if they were bored, they would just go to bed. Meanwhile, the other legion was able to notice that there was a massive leak of bronze, and therefore something had to be done. One handsome blonde understood that he needed to do something again with the competitors who came to his vein, which he had been trying to find for years. There was also another kingdom that had incredible power and could also stand up for itself thanks to its nation. It was the same in strength as the other kingdom which had long been talked about before Pompeii, which is where Richard came from. After first training with several brothers, Hendra was sent to the border and became the commander of one of the Brown Bear Guard. However, in the kingdom there are strict rules for naming the army because only one name is enough to understand a lot. Everyone knew that bears and boars are ordinary animals and are so-called the worst army of the third line. That is why they are called the worst ordinary animals. It is no coincidence that in the future he will have no chance of promotion for 27 years because everyone knew that these were just ordinary animals. Hendra was very brave and was ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of his victory, and therefore he simply did not give up as everyone might have thought earlier. He knew that when the bandits were suppressed a few months ago, he accidentally discovered that they had quite a lot of old bronzes. Therefore, he immediately set about finding this very mine from which the weapon originated. One of his subordinates asked if he wanted to first capture the living and knock information out of them and then go in there and destroy everything. He said that all this is not needed and you just need to defeat them and they will tell them everything even though they just broke into their territory. He ordered them all to go fight in the meantime. The rest of the workers looked at the fresco, which was very difficult, and realized that if they continued they would not even finish until tomorrow. The workers said that these savages at least gave advice before, but now I'm just watching them having fun and they are of no use at all. The hares worked and knew that the troubles would be postponed until tomorrow because it was already getting dark. Therefore they just needed to spend the night and wake up tomorrow and go to new days with normal strength. The rest of the hares completely agreed. After all, they were also tired of working and therefore they would need to rest in order to regain all their strength. One hare stood out very much and the others asked him what he was doing there. This hare's name was Fitty Pitts, who would be very upset about something in the opinion of others. He said he was pooping and they shouldn't bother him. It looked very awkward, but the hares did nothing about it. It was already very dark, which meant that this was an excellent time to attack this tribe of hares, which could now be destroyed. After all, they were sleeping. A huge number of workers were killed because the same man came who wanted to regain all these swords and shields made of bronze. He killed them and began to wipe off the blade and also asked if it was clear to everyone how to proceed with this. He was very confident in himself, although he didn't know who else he was dealing with. The workers told him that the bronze had been discovered by chance, and he was very happy hiding his sword. He asked why he hadn't seen this bronze yet. He wanted to get it to the workers as soon as possible, but they just stood there and did nothing. But the workers told him that 3 days ago in Pompeii the aristocrat took a step ahead of them, and they were replaced with something very strange that they had not been able to teach before. The Lord was wondering what these people whom he killed were doing because all the bronze had been taken away. The worker said that this was the leader from the Alpine castle. He understood that these hillbillies were describing them as very powerful who knew how to wield that very power of the holy light. The Lord said that these are just small pioneers and the natives have no knowledge. So there was no need to take this to heart. The Lord turned around and left. However, he understood that it seemed like the war was about to begin. The worker told him that if they found out she would be in big trouble and so something had to be done about it. He said that this would be a problem. But there is one thing in the form of the fact that they should not be aware of all events. He also understood that if the leader of the first one passes was destroyed, they would be able to discover something, but this would take a huge amount of time. He said it was plus or minus 1 month. The Lord had already calculated everything for himself and thought that if the griffins got rid of the corpses, then maybe it would never be discovered. He really hoped that they would be able to cope with this, and then he would not have problems with the states. What if the Lord said that someone farted very hard here and for some reason it stinks? It was the same hare who could not hold on. Meanwhile, the tiger girl said that the monarch of the kingdom is called Bilwan, and he hangs out with a lot of people and also has brilliant ideas. She also talked about the fact that he appointed many ambitious boys as army commanders, and all these boys still feel that they will be handed the banner. Therefore, building an army from their own pocket is actually a very good move for their country. After all, they save money from the treasury and at the same time develop. She told him such and such a trick and said that he had to guess how many gold coins would be in the treasury in a year. But suddenly she couldn't stand it anymore and said that this was really brilliant because 100,000 would be the minimum. 100,000 gold coins is simply an incredible amount. They all did not understand what someone used all this money for since he had such a large amount of it. She said that he was known for his lust, and naturally he spent all his money on this, which he could have invested in something else. He appreciated this very much because he understood that this was corruption. And he likes this because he himself was a henchman in order to use such methods. A few seconds later they were banging on the door, and the hares were shouting one very important thing that they needed to hear. Richard didn't understand what happened because he had to know why they broke in now, and he also didn't understand what Fitty Pitts was doing here. He was barely alive because he ran as fast as he could to report this information and wanted to say something important to his boss. He shouted that someone was going to attack the fortress and something had to be done about it. Otherwise, they would lose a lot of people and resources. Richard continued to eat the seeds because I understand that it is very difficult to understand that they will soon kill you because you did nothing at all yourself except to mine or namely bronze. Richard tried to understand how difficult this region is for the brown bear because he didn't really know them because he had only been to some places in this whole world. Tiger Girl said that the legion is 4,000 people and the brown bear flag should be a garrison legion. So she added that there will be a maximum of 3,000 people. She told him not to worry, but he couldn't feel why 3,000 people because the Legion is considered higher than one of the highest levels of the unit. He tried to think and knew that compared to the total number of people, the most important thing is whether the other army has a magician who also has the ability to use powers. Richard remembered the very moment that once upon a time he played a huge role in the battle against the Minotaur, and Miss Annie noticed that everything was true, and if the other side had some high-level magician then they would not be able to win. But suddenly Richard began to fully understand that he had his own magician and also an idiot and plus another idiot, and then they had a magician and 2 idiots. The girl told him to calm down because these high-level and strong magics, their number has sharply decreased and therefore it is unlikely that they have it. Miss Annie fully supported her words. Richard couldn't believe that she knew all this and pretended to be a financial addict who knew nothing except how to count. The blonde said that he doesn't even know this, otherwise laugh at him because the voices of the opponents are very loud about this already in all countries. And Richard tried to somehow get out of this situation and said that he didn't remember at all how many years ago it was. The girl said that it was somewhere more than 20 years ago. That's why it happened then. She winked, which meant that she was lying. And Richard had already begun to flood. The girl told you that you need to start all this. After all, they were just quarreling. And there was no time to waste because this is irrational spending. Richard knew that anyway other people's magic is not as good as their 3 fools, and therefore they have the advantage that he knows them like the back of his hand. Richard understood that only 3,000 people and a magician were a really serious problem in his army, but he completely failed to organize it to perfection. Richard got very angry and said that he had already decided absolutely everything. His assumption was that if they stayed to cross, they would never be able to return. The tiger girl couldn't believe that he really decided to kill them just like that, although they hadn't even done anything to him yet. And he believed it to the hare who pooped. She said that even if she does not mobilize all the people, the number of warriors will not even exceed 600 individuals. She couldn't believe that he had only 1/6 of the enemy's army. He said only 3,000. Meanwhile, Richard and Miss Annie continued to behave like lovebirds, and he said that as soon as her time comes the loot will pass into her hands. And she said that there was no problem. She suggested that they could say that they need help and with this help earn a little money to buy new warriors. Richard was already very arrogant and said that he didn't want to ask someone for help because even if they kissed him on the ass he wouldn't do it. He continued to eat the seeds and said that the great rulers do not need anyone's help, he himself can completely cope. Richard would be too confident in himself and say that you were all at odds. Soon thousands of people throughout the fort began to act in preparation for the upcoming war. After all, everyone knew that they would soon have to defend themselves. Richard tried to command them, and he knew that his high mountain fort was located on the western side of the island, and in order to avoid losses Richard decided to locate the battlefield in the east. Also, to be realistic, he said to make a fake monument for people on the eastern bank of the river that will attract people, and they will think that all the most interesting things are there. Meanwhile, the second general used the soil fertility technique every day. And the weeds and reeds grew quickly, forming an earthen city wall adjacent to the river bank. 20 days passed and both sides finally launched the first preliminary attack, and after a round of careful analysis of the situation both sides attacked each other. But no matter how good the scout's riding skills are, he cannot compare with the centaur's own legs, and the outcome will be decided in an instant. The centaurs were able to kill a huge number of horsemen on year 9. They knew how they would move and understood better than anyone what the horses were doing in such stressful situations. The centaur girl said that when they fought it seemed to her that there was also some kind of cavalry on the other side. Richard understood that since this was a different cavalry he would be able to get good equipment. Richard looked through the telescope and said that they were too slow because in 20 days only the rangers were able to reach the battlefield. He knew that at this rate the wait for the army to arrive was estimated to take several days. Another leader realized that using a centaur as a ranger is smart. But he knew that he could win, and this is just a struggle before death, and when his army comes they will definitely lose. He broke the arrow because he was very angry. Another 2 days passed, but his facial expression changed a lot and he didn't feel very well. He was very upset because the weeds got into the wheels, and because of them the speed decreased several times. And that is why they cannot get to the battlefield and are already very tired. But he also understood that it was impossible to leave them behind because inside 2 teams of heavy cavalry there was a simple person who was the key in battle. A few days later they finally arrived, and Richard couldn't believe that they were finally here. He thought that they would take even longer to move. Richard looked at his telescope because he hoped that she was telling him some kind of nonsense and that this did not happen. He hoped that his technique with cheesecakes would save them. He was very angry because after so many days of waiting they received a group of defeated legions in such a poor condition. These features understood that only the front half of the cavalry has iron armor and the back half is only made of leather. And also they didn't think at all about what to do with the horses. After all, their backside was completely open, which means it's easy to kill. His anger knew no bounds because he thought that he did not consider him an enemy and had such a bad attitude towards the battle. He had to get it from others if he had no money. Richard knew that he didn't look very good and his armor wasn't as cool as that one, but he was much stronger than him and he himself felt it a long time ago, but he kept looking at him and grinning. This lord began to examine absolutely everyone who stood in front of the fortress and realized that everyone who wore armor was unlike ordinary masters, and he was really mistaken. He felt that the equipment number of people was much greater than he expected and therefore he greatly underestimated them. Meanwhile, the worker told the commander to look at the reeds. After all, they had become incredibly huge and they didn't know what to do. They noticed that this plant, which withers every year, had grown to 3 or 4 meters and was as lush as a grove. They did not know how to move on now. The workers already began to worry very much and asked the commander if there was an ambush behind these reeds, but the commander said that they would not do this. After all, they needed to collect a lot of things to activate the escape from the reeds. He told them to prepare for the attack because the swordsmen are coming forward to suppress and the infantry is marching in formation, and together with all the cavalry they are going around the flanks. They accepted his order and were ready to fight for their homeland. After all, they wanted their king to be the best in the whole world and their army to be invincible. One of the main ones in the infantry said that it was time to shoot and it was necessary to show those who stood behind this fortress that they were really ready to fight back. A huge number of arrows flew up and the assault team was ready to kill them with the help of their swords and also defend themselves thanks to their armor. Richard understood that there were a lot of arrows and unfortunately his troops really suffered from such shelling, but he knew that they could withstand. Gunther said that she couldn't wait that long at all, but he told her to wait. There was a distance and she needed to come closer. They understood that, in this battle, the commanders have a common feature and they are both absolutely confident in themselves. The commander who began to attack first thinks that they are just running away. And Richard is worried that they will be able to find his ambush, which was so different that it is unlikely that anyone would be able to declassify it at all. Even the Centaur girl was focused only on defense because she didn't want to show with all her appearance that there was still that same ambush there, and so she just had to fight back. She didn't want to watch her troops die, and so she said that it was only 20 cores and she needed to activate the ambush because her people would just die. Richard raised his fingers up and understood that it was really time to get involved because otherwise he would lose quite a lot of people. He shouted to the brothers. Richard wanted to show them all that they would now fall from their blades and simply would not be able to win it due to the fact that he had the best army. Richard's people were ready to kill because they didn't care how others would feel after their axe was on their head. But suddenly they did not understand why there were so many recoveries here and could not expect that such a large number of very strong barbarians would fly out of that grove. Finally he realized that it was an ambush and they really had fallen into a trap, which means that most likely Richard's plan worked. But because he was in the brown bear group, he wanted to win at any cost and he could never feel defeated. He shouted to his heavy cavalry to start attacking, but this was turning into some kind of rape. Therefore he needed to show what his troops were capable of. Many people who were on horses ran forward because they were ready to fight to the last for the sake of their boss. There were a lot of them, and also the horses had the best equipment, and this means that they have a great chance of winning this. He was confident in himself and said that dozens of people turned into 200 people and he could win. Although he felt that this ambush could outmaneuver him. But he knew that they still had an absolute advantage in numbers due to the fact that he had many more people. Although Richard had better forces. The infantry died one after another. I didn't know what to do next, but the king shouted for them to hold on because the heavy cavalry would soon arrive. The barbarians killed one after another because Richard trained them every day so that they could not stand up for themselves and also for their brother who was standing next to them. The centaurs calmly killed these people thanks to their arrows, and they were simply prey for them. Therefore they did everything very competently. The infantry really couldn't cope because they didn't have such advanced skills and they didn't know how to fight against strong barbarians. But suddenly he realized that the flanking detachment would probably take them by surprise, and therefore the barbarians would receive strong resistance, and thanks to this, he would gain at least some time for the large cavalry. But suddenly a sound began to mock from the reeds. This means that these same goblins are most likely now activating their powers thanks to what the witch taught them. He understood that the sound was really coming from the reeds. And this meant a very bad feeling because I didn't know that another ambush could come out of the reeds. They simply could not have expected this, or there were huge dinosaurs that were the ancestors of dragons and their armor had incredible strength. On the roofs of these dinosaurs there were also small houses from which sat archers who worked well with spears. They shot arrows as quickly as possible. Richard understood that the Earth Dragon is a heavy vehicle and its charge is extremely strong and agility is its only weakness, and at such a distance they will not have the opportunity to change their course. The infantry did not understand what it was along with the heavy cavalry. After all, they thought that these were ordinary elephants, but it turned out to be something else. As it became clear later, Richard simply used a forced turn, which meant giving the enemy a more vulnerable flank, which would be tantamount to suicide. These huge creatures were approaching, and the infantry had no chance at all to defeat them because their size was very large, and even four such horses could not defeat him. The dragons killed one after another, and they did not know how to move further because the fangs of these creatures were very sharp. They understood that they could not give up. After all, they were defending the honor of their commander, and therefore they had to go into battle even despite the difficulties of these animals. But still they didn't have a chance because these dragons were very large and their size was incredible. But they did not understand how to overcome them because physically they were much stronger. Warrior after warrior flew up because the dragon had an incredibly powerful shell that could withstand absolutely any blow that came at it. Finally, the witch together with her trolls decided that it was time for them to have some fun. After all, they had wanted for a very long time to inquire about how their mission was going on at the front. She began to activate a special fireball because she wanted to finish off these bastards who really caused her a lot of problems. She activated this huge ball and threw it straight at them that a huge number of infantry died simply from the fact that the blazing sun flew at them. The infantry was burned alive and no one could save them because everyone was afraid to even twitch, and so they covered their asses. Meanwhile, the trolls decided to show everything they were capable of because it was not in vain that they had been trained all these days. The huge cyborgs were able to activate some kind of green force with which they shot at the military who were moving on horses. After such strong, painful blows to the head, they flew off their horses and did not have the right one. Targets after this green stripe hit their head. The lord of the other army was already very angry that nothing was working out for him and absolutely all of his military were being killed. He ordered his beloved baby to kill the 3 magicians who were on the other side. After all, they caused a lot of problems for his army. The griffin accepted his order and flew forward because he was ready to carry out absolutely everything that I ordered him, leader. His speed was simply incredible and his size was almost the same as that of the troll who stood with this witch. The Lord ordered that everyone needs to prepare for battle because difficult times are coming for their army, which they will remember for all their days. The heavy cavalry had incredible armor and were ready to show everything they were capable of. After all, a huge number of people had already been killed due to the fact that they treated their opponents with carelessness. The witch noticed that someone was moving towards them, and this turned out to be very bad news. After all, they thought that the battle would be very simple. It was a griffin, and he demolished a huge number of barbarians thanks to his powerful wings as well as fangs and paws. The witch told her boyfriend to curl up because they were at gunpoint and they needed to move somehow differently. That's why they should have used the power of invisibility. The goblins continued to fight, but the witch knew that they were stupid and did not understand at all what danger awaited them. The griffin wanted to finish them off after all. It was his master's order, and he could not refuse it in any way, so he activated the fire. A huge stream of flame poured out of his muzzle, and he was already hoping with all his might that he could finish off this little witch and her charges. Model was able to notice this and knew how to repel such a powerful attack because she understood that if she didn't do it herself, then no one would save the whole world for her. Therefore, with the help of her magic, she began to activate a special shield due to the fact that she knew special hieroglyphs that could bring all this into reality. And she managed to activate a huge fireball that repelled such a powerful blow with its own power. A strong flame formed in the air, and people continued to die due to the fact that they were fighting for no clear reason. It was a very epic spectacle that everyone could not see. After all, if you survived after this battle, you were a hero. Richard fought and himself in this place because he knew that since he was a commander, he had to show excellent results on the battlefield. He understood that he could not sit in the rear, and therefore he volunteered to kill them because he knew that he was worthy of such a thing. Richard killed one after another with the help of his blade because in one fell swoop, he killed not one, not two, but entire warriors. The infantry shouted that this guy was just a monster and he could cope with absolutely any opponent who came his way. Nobody wanted to fight him because they saw the consequences. But in the meantime, the same Lord of Challenge came out to meet them there in a suit because he wanted to fight against Richard himself and prove that he was stronger. They understood that this battle would be simply legendary, and therefore every lord wanted to show everything he was capable of. Lord Hendra went into battle as if there were no equal for him there, and he managed to get to that same Richard. Richard understood that he would have to fight him one-on-one. After all, no one could resist such a strong warrior who had potential. Richard tried to repel the attack that the enemy made to him because he knew that he was hunting for his head, and this is the most important thing that he would like to get. Richard managed to repel the attack but felt that he was really very unpleasant because the force of his blow was so powerful that it could demolish the ground. Richard felt that he had a very strong fighting spirit, and most likely he was the very leader of this army. The wards of that body began to be proud of them, saying that he was the strongest because with him they would definitely be able to win. He made them stronger and motivated them to win. He said that he who is not even worthy is given the opportunity and told him to tell everything about himself. But Richard sighed and understood that he was simply not worthy of receiving this from him, and therefore he was ready to fight him one-on-one. Richard wiped his beard and said that he didn't deserve to even talk to him, and that's why he wanted to finish him off for such vile acts with his army. Richard also added that for invading the fort without reason he sentences him to death. He also asked if he wanted to ask him something last. This made the other lord so angry that he said that he was waiting for his death and first he must shut his filthy mouth. They pushed off from the ground because they understood that now there would be a very strong battle and they needed to carefully prepare for it in order to finish off the enemy. Lord Hendra went into battle first and wanted Richard's head to be right on the blade of the sword, and he would become the winner of the entire fortress. These two titans went into battle because they couldn't be called anything else because they knew how to do absolutely all the techniques. This battle will truly be legendary because Richard Mio has very strong energy and that lord was already very experienced. They fought like real warriors and fought so that their army would be considered the best. After all, everyone knows that if a king falls then his army will fall. Richard tried to repel absolutely all the attacks that Blonde made to him, and he did it perfectly because he was not afraid to fight. But Richard also had a hard time because he understood that he also knew how to defend himself and then launch a counterattack. The battle lasted for a very long time, and it seemed that no one was gaining an advantage in it when suddenly at one moment something interesting happened unexpectedly. Richard still managed to knock him to the ground and push him away very hard, which gave him a slight advantage, but after a while there was still no advantage. They both stood on the ground and understood that this battle would last for a very long time until at least one of them made a mistake for a millisecond. Richard told him that he was really prepared because he was blocking absolutely every blow no matter how hard he tried to hit it. Lord, you understand that it is very good that he has the power of the unloading effect, otherwise he would only be able to withstand the first attack and then die. But he understood that he had another very interesting move in his pocket, and therefore he should have expected such a vile act. He attacked Richard from behind. And it was really ratting, which is condemned absolutely everywhere. But this is the battlefield and all methods are good. And the army of the second lord had already begun to rejoice because they thought that they were able to outwit Richard himself, because if they win then the entire fortress will be theirs. Richard expected this course of events and said that he hoped that he had a regular army, and that they were not capable of only one attack. He again surprised them all thanks to the fact that he activated the very power that he developed in one day due to the fact that he had a lot of techniques. And Richard said that he also has a hidden trick for which they 100% did not expect, and they will pay triple the price for it. Richard went into battle because he knew that thanks to this power he became much faster and more efficient several times, and this would give him more privileges. He managed to make one swing with his sword that killed absolutely everyone who attacked him from behind. He would already be very experienced to read such a simple technique. These people hoped that they could defeat the strongest lord they had ever seen, and because of this they died. Richard dealt with them very easily, and every piece of the body scattered with blood and meat, and he again proved that he is the one invincible lord. People began to be afraid because they knew that such a problem awaited everyone, and they would have to choose either to betray their people and save their ass or die as a hero. Meanwhile, together with the big trolls, she ran to Richard and asked him to save them because that griffin had already exhausted them very much. The witch complained that he was very fast and she did not have time to cast spells to properly go on the attack. The griffin constantly attacked them with the help of his mouth, from which flames came. The griffin was a very good and useful key for this attack. The witch shouted that this dragon griffin would soon catch up with her, and she would simply become a kebab. She begged Richard to save her, but suddenly after a few seconds someone shot an arrow that flew exactly to the exact target where the shooter expected. It hit the griffin right in the throat and he began coughing up blood. This meant that he was about to die because this was his most vulnerable spot. With the last of his strength he stayed on his feet and felt that he was about to die because he had been hit exactly where it hurt the most. It was the same Centaur girl who helped them in this battle, and she couldn't look at this topic of how Richard was dying because earlier she herself had given him help and he took advantage of it. She shouted to somehow attack the griffin because the griffin was still able to stay alive and withstand such a painful blow. But after they threw a huge number of arrows, it seemed as if the result could no longer be expected. And the griffin, or with the last of his strength, stood on his feet, but all the arrows pierced his body right through and he had no choice but to bleed. People did not believe that they really killed the griffin, which was legendary because he served their lord almost all his life. Lord Hendra could not believe what was happening because he was like a brother to him and he loved him more than anyone from this army. Although he was not a man, he grabbed it, I note, because he wanted to fit behind him because he felt that it was his duty because the griffin saved him many times by sacrificing himself. Using the same principle, he went into battle again, only this time with all his strength because the rage in his eyes was enough. Richard said that he attacked again without warning and shouted that they were freaks, they could kill his beast, which was worthy of living in better places. He again said that he was wrong and explained it as a fact. So he again suddenly attacked him, and they turned out to be freaks. In fact, it was the act of a freak, but Richard calmly dealt with it and kicked him because he had enough strength thanks to that ability. Richard wanted to kill him for being so boorish with him in battle, because it was impossible to fight a rat again, and so he hit him with a sword. But Lord Hendra said that he didn't care because his magic armor has a powerful reflective power of fire, and the more you attack, the more damage you cause to yourself. But suddenly his confidence disappeared in his eyes because Richard continued to make attacks, and he seemed to no longer feel at all that he was repelling him. The Lord began to worry very much that his armor was not repelling blows at all, and he felt that very soon he would not be able to stand it and would end his existence. Hendra did not understand what was happening and what happened with the reflective power of the fire. He didn't understand why this bastard wasn't affected by his fire elements. But suddenly Richard made incredible blows with the help of his Holy Spirit power and hit him right on the blade. This blow was so good that it could simply break his sword in half, and he had nothing to fight with. Hendra fell to his knees and realized that he had lost and he had no chance of winning at all. And this meant that now he would obey the corpses for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Richard pushed him with his foot because he had deserved it a long time ago, and he could even kill him right away. Richard stood over him and watched as this poor fellow in huge pieces of iron could not win him in a duel. Richard told him one very important thing, that weapons are just weapons. If you cannot fight without your sword, then you are not worthy of the title of leader. Richard also said that where are you? The reflective elements of his armor are very cool and his hands are covered with blisters. He didn't understand how anyone could survive with such strength. It was possible to reduce a person to dust. He was simply shocked and frightened by such words. Hendra understood that he still lost in this battle, and therefore he would have to submit to this army and become his slave for the rest of his life, otherwise he would simply take his soul. He knelt before Richard and said that he was admitting defeat and he would have to tell his army to retreat and stop. People did not believe that he really surrendered. After all, they could continue the war without him. But these were the laws of battle, so they could not be broken. Although Richard's army suffered heavy losses, they were very happy that they were able to defeat these lousy troops. Gunther asked Richard what to do with these people, and he said that they need to catch everyone, but first of all take their leader Hendra. But first he decided to take his armor. After the victory, Richard wanted to take this armor for himself, and he began to examine it because he understood that he had completely broken it. Richard was very upset because he hoped that he could continue to fight in this armor because it looked incredibly beautiful. Richard was very upset and said that he himself had broken it, and he shouldn't have been so furious, but it had already happened, so it was necessary to reconstruct it. Richard was like a child and began to say that she was just like his charm and he didn't want her to suffer because of him. The girls began to worry and thought that he had been wounded somehow. And Richard said that he was wounded right in the heart, he was in a lot of pain, and she didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about because he was safe and healthy. She was already holding holy water and thought that it would be time to cure him. And if he really spoke such truthful nonsense, then she would have lost it. But then the tiger girl noticed that there were magic crystals that were very expensive, and she understood that they really didn't get this time for free. She knew that people were saying that magical personnel were so different that their prices couldn't even be measured in coins. It is believed that the necessary material for creating magical equipment is crystal. But she understood that the end had already come for them and told him to ask the blacksmith to re-armor the armor, only then would the crystal work again. But Richard couldn't believe that it was really so simple, and he didn't even think about doing it until he realized that this crystal was worth a lot. She told him that he could believe or not believe, but he should then not talk about the fact that she did not remind him that this armor was very strong. Richard understood that she was really very smart and needed to be listened to because she knew a lot about the business that she had been doing for a long time. He threw away this armor and said that he just doesn't care about it, and therefore the blacksmith must deal with this garbage himself, and now he has two more important ones. Richard said that for these captives they would probably pay quite a small ransom, and therefore she had to deal with this in order to get as much money as possible into the country's treasury. The girl also said that the issue with the remaining war booty still needs to be resolved because that luggage and horses seem to be able to be sold and earn money. Richard realized that she was telling the truth, and he already wanted to cook horse meat from all this and have a normal dinner in honor of the victory. She said that even these prisoners could be sold to the trade union specializing in the sale of captivity, and it would be much more convenient. She said that each person could be sold for 4 to 5 gold coins, and Richard understood that thanks to this he could become a millionaire. Meanwhile, the girls went to discuss something, and Richard knew that he now had everything under control, and all thanks to the fact that he was able to win it in an unfortunate battle. He said that compared to the two of them, his knowledge of commerce is very superficial. And besides military power, there are still many business laws in this world. He also understood that more than bronze weapons were now enough to completely fill the palace storage and forget about poverty forever. In addition, he knew that after such a strong battle, he was able to lose many allies, but he was also able to gain another advantage. After all, after this, absolutely all the wars were promoted, gained new experience, and also knew what to do in such situations. Richard was very surprised because even the level of the Earth Dragon increased, but his muscles and body increased. This gave him incredible power. He knew that with such experience his team was just great, and he would be able to continue the war wherever he wanted. Meanwhile, it had already become very dark because evening was approaching, and they needed to figure out what happened the other day. Richard, as usual, sat at the royal table and ate his favorite meat, which he could take whenever he wanted because he had become incredibly rich. The tiger girl said that she would advise him to go with her to the city this time to exchange coins so that he could learn at least some financial literacy. He asked why he needed this because he was already very smart and knew how to figure it out on his own, but he would just waste his time on it. She explained that his enemy is an excellent legion. Relations have been very tense in recent years, and therefore they need to understand all the subtleties. She also said that if he faces rejection from another guild, then he should immediately report to the House of Lords. Richard asked if this would be considered an invasion. In fact, he didn't really know, but she said that he could decide for himself when it should be considered and when not. Richard realized that this could be a fuss. Miss Annie is already very good at it and said that they like to create red tape and they just need something to catch on to. And since they are involved in this matter, they are also stewing in this soup. Richard understood that this really looked like the truth, and they were telling him very sensible things, so he had to listen to them and understand all the subtleties, so he suggested that everyone go there. Nevertheless, 6 days were spent collecting all the booty of the prisoners, after which Richard and others set off on the road in order to sell them properly and earn good money from it. After they were able to achieve all this, Richard realized that she was improving through sacred prayers, and that was how they achieved results. Among some of the prisoners was the same blonde who tried to defeat him, but he didn't succeed at all because he was less experienced than Richard. He was very angry with Richard because he understood that he deserved to ride with him in the carriage and not go like some kind of slave. But suddenly he managed to discover something and understand that he had a chance to defeat him and finally end it because he was telling him for nonsense. But still he tried to obey him because he had no other options. He shouted at him out of spite, but the hares calmly held him with their weapons. Richard told him that even if he had grown a mustache, he should not think about the fact that he had already become a man. It would be better if he took care of how to re-educate himself normally. He said that only sacred prayers and only they can give him such power without hesitation and basic elements, but he still doesn't want to use it because he was a stupid person. Richard got off his horse and understood that he was telling him the truth, and he really managed to reveal to him that he had used the art of prayer, but he would not give him a pie for the correct answer. This angered him even more, and he began to ask what rank he had because even such fire elements had no effect on him. Richard said that there are some small problems because he cannot switch to apocalypse mode. He could not understand how this was even possible because almost no one had reached the apocalypse regime, and he so calmly decided to deal with it. Finally, he realized that it turns out that he had reached the solar rank, which is second only to the apocalypse modes. And he still dreamed of seizing his place. He wanted to understand what he meant by problems. After all, he had almost the highest rank, and he had very little left to get it. He said that the problem is that he hasn't even gotten up to Xinghua yet. It was after these words that Richard began to laugh very hard at him. After such words, he was completely paralyzed by what he heard because he really couldn't believe that they could beat him so easily even here. They realized that he had lost consciousness and they needed to understand him and send him to the carriage so that he could get to the end normally. After a few days of travel, the Richards company finally reached the very city where slaves were sold and absolutely everything you wanted to buy could be found there. Richard said that time flew by so quickly, and it was as if he came to this town all alone yesterday. He really liked it because he had wanted to buy himself something new for a long time. He felt that only now he was not at all the same as then, and he had enormous wealth as well as people who were ready to stand behind him as a wall. He knew that now he was already the owner of thousands of elite soldiers and hundreds of powerful centaurs who were ready to do anything to defeat any enemy that stood in his way. Richard understood that having returned here this time he felt completely different. And now he had the opportunity, but somehow they usually reacted to him. Due to the fact that the vast majority of people want to follow the girl to complete the deal, Richard was left hanging around just like that. In the meantime, he arrived at one very good place which was really famous for what they sold there. It was the same bar where Richard ordered a drink, and the old man said that at this time of year spending winter ice and magical creations would be very expensive, so he asks for forgiveness. Meanwhile, someone came into the bar and told him to quickly pour 3 mugs of dark ale. And as quickly as possible because he wanted to get drunk. It was some very popular king who had an incredibly strange face and looked very ugly. He also added that he still had to get a fried shank of beef tongue, and 3 would be massive, and all this quickly than the coins that he gave. The old man said that this money would not be enough because these are worthless medians that no one needs because now everyone pays in gold coins. The thug hit the table and said that he should know who his master is, and therefore he immediately had to do what he was asked to do, and as soon as possible. The speech said that this is a bunch of screaming clans who do not deserve to be in society with their behavior somewhere they do not consider themselves to be gods. The big man said that he works for my lord Richard, their owner of the Highland Fortress, and he doesn't owe him anything at all. After these words, Richard spat out his drink. One of the other guards asked the guy if he had heard that they were hiding behind the name Richard and asked if he knew about it. Richard did not want to tell them at first and began to remain silent. He was told that this is the same Ripper of War 3 that absolutely all savages admire, and everyone is afraid to even step on the same threshold with him. They also continued to boast and said that more than this, they recently defeated the entire army of other rivals with only 300 people. Richard said that the girl is very literate. After all, they arrived here just a few hours ago. The news spread very quickly. Richard asked one impudent person who tried to be like him if he was the same lord of the high mountain fortress and why he pretended to be such an important shot. After a few seconds, he decided to prove to him that this was true and woke up so that he would not doubt his power. The big man hit from the floor and said one very important phrase after the blow because his sword had some kind of very strange mark. He said that this is the same sword that he beheaded the dragon, and he doesn't care what opponent stands in front of him because he is ready to fight in front of everyone. People said that he was really incredible, and they started bowing to him because he looked incredibly strong, and people thought that it was true because they said that he could swing his sword easily. Clearly he was a strong man. Richard said that this is clearly a fig sword made of light iron, and its lightness is 1/5 of the weight and whole of real iron. Richard began to ask the others who they were. The big man introduced himself as a cadet, and the shorter one said that he was a hurt. A few seconds later, Richard began asking the man who introduced him and why he was not a centaur. The man began to understand that he was suspected, and then he felt that now he was really in danger. The man said that these are just rumors, and in no case should you believe in it because his horsemanship is so perfect that he is almost like a real centaur. Richard understood that sooner or later 80 or 90% of people would still believe in all this nonsense because they simply would not have evidence not to believe in it. He understands that everything that is now happening before his eyes, although different from reality, is quite reasonable and without unnecessary details. Richard said he still thinks that Firth is actually a centaur. People started defending them and asking if Richard and Gunther weren't real. He told this one to look at his huge sword. After all, if he is not Richard, then he must be. Then people did not believe at all that the real Richard was. Richard could not stand it and said that he is the real Richard and people should believe that he really is him. People stood in a stupor and did not believe in all this nonsense because they already had other people whom everyone considered Richard. The thug put his hand on him and said that he was even very funny and asked where he would go next. Richard said that he was going to go to the Noble Garden, and he said that he also wanted to. Very soon they are leaving on the Kopyansky caravan because it is a luxurious column and a dude of several hundred people because they were able to make slaves out of that battle. They said that they were going there to establish contacts with major figures. And they would have taken him too. And after that they began to laugh very hard. Richard began to ask who they really were because she wanted to understand why people consider imposters to be real heroes. Meanwhile, they went to the same Noble Garden in which there were a lot of important people. After all, they wanted to fully discuss everything. The girl started asking Richard what he was doing here, and he asked where he should be. After all, he didn't understand at all what we were talking about. The girl said that this cottage cheese went to the high mountain fortress with him a few days ago. Richard couldn't believe that it was really true and that he was so easily deceived. She said that it was 4 days ago and he could not understand how this could even happen because he did everything right. Richard was very angry. A few seconds later someone put their hand on his shoulder. After all, I wanted to talk to him for a long time because I hadn't seen him since I ate with him. It was the same huge grandfather who gave him the first capital to fully build his army. Richard could not understand what had happened to him, and the old man answered very briefly. He said that they needed to return as soon as possible. After all, they noticed a lot of horses that had weapons. Richard realized that it only took them 4 days to travel there and back. But the guy had questions about why it had to be done so urgently because something could have already happened. Most likely what they feared most happened. The old man said that the war had begun and they would have to choose how to defend themselves correctly. After all, they have much fewer people. Richard was shocked to learn that they had started a war against very strong rivals, and he did not understand why they had to do this. After all, they already lived in difficult times. The old man told him to follow them now. He would tell him everything in detail and show him, but he had to remain silent in order for him to stay alive. The old man brought into his office who had a lot of different papers and also jewelry due to the fact that he was a very good hunter. The old man began to close the curtains so that no one could see him because this was very secret information that no one should have seen. He laid out his own to him and told Richard to look at it carefully because this information is worth much more than he can only imagine. Richard opened up and thought that he wanted to create a good atmosphere with him so that they could become better friends. And the time has come to read the scroll. It was written there that she was sitting there for an attack on Lord Richard, and a war would begin. This was an order for the execution of the chambers of Pompeii. Richard couldn't believe that it was really true because he didn't want to declare war on anyone because he already needed to sort out all the difficulties of a rich life, and he didn't care at all about it. But he still got very angry because he felt that he was considered a very strong enemy and they would have to work hard. And Richard says that this is growing on him very much, and the old man realized that he is really very stupid because now he will have to fight against a huge army. And Richard didn't even think he was capable of this. The guy asked the truth or the fact that His Majesty is truly correcting mistakes even though his fortresses were attacked, but they were not very badly damaged. The old man started laughing at him and said that he was very stupid and thought too much about himself because the war did not start because they were attacked by some very strange people whom he was able to calmly kill and sell into slavery. But Richard didn't understand what he meant by this, and he began to guess that, in fact, he was just. The old man explained to him that they were the first to declare war on them, and they would need to look at what they had done before. He handed the letter to Richard so that he could read it in full and understand what was being said. But everything there is much better than he could only imagine. It was written there that during a standard military patrol Hendra came across an ammunition attack from other people, and that brutal resistance resulted in his death. Richard stood up to me and simply tore up this letter. After all, everyone understood that the high mountain fortress was defending itself and did not attack anyone. Richard was very angry. After all, they could not know that he was still alive, and most likely he had leaked information among his own. And this is the most painful thing. But the old man said that he didn't care about all this because until they themselves admit it, no one can prove that it was not Hendra. The old man said that this old grudge has long been at its boiling point and now everything can be solved only by one war. Richard asked him what this old grudge is and what we are talking about. The old man began to tell that 5 years ago they were on the border and discovered a mine with magic crystals. The reserves were simply impressive, but they never determined who owned the mine. Richard realized that for the sake of a mine with magic crystals, both sides were ready to declare war because their strength was incredibly powerful. The old man said that the storm was already very close and he needed to make a choice, otherwise he would simply be lost. The old man said that we should have everything here for a few days because one person wants to meet with him and discuss a very interesting topic. Richard asked why they couldn't see each other now because his time was worth a lot of money and he didn't want to just lose it by sleeping on his bag. The old man said that the gentleman is very busy now and cannot discuss this with him at the moment because Richard must understand that he is not the most important person in this world. A few days later, they finally arrived at that very place in front of the huge doors because he was a very interesting person who did not reveal himself. The old man knocked on his door and asked if he could come in. After all, he had long wanted Richard to talk to him, yet he managed to open the very door behind which was the king whom everyone was trying to hide. Richard was shocked by the opportunities the king gave. He said that the Lord should go further and sit next to him. After all, he had enough questions for the guy who became famous for his strength. The old king said that he knows that he detained Richard for several days, and it is because of this that he asks for forgiveness. Richard said that he didn't expect him to be very polite. He began to explain that the two sides had declared war on each other, and as a normal side he had to explain everything to him normally so that they would know how to proceed. Richard didn't understand why he considered him the normal side. And the old man said that what His Majesty meant was that in this war they need a hero who will save everyone. Richard realized that they meant him whom he wouldn't mind giving up for battle but then making him a hero. In his heart Richard understood that the heroes would still have to die and therefore he should refuse. The king asked who then in his opinion was most suitable for this role, if not he, because he had managed to become famous the last few days better than anyone. But then Richard realized that he could do another very interesting thing: frame his friend Lord Sauron. Richard wanted to be killed and he did not pay him the debt. The old man said that he shouldn't talk nonsense because only he is suitable for the role of a hero, and this is not discussed at all because normal people see potential in him. He also said that in the hands of both states during the war his name was written, and he was the owner of the high mountain fortress. The king said that he should not take this as something very difficult and that they needed to defuse the situation, so they needed to drink something. The king told him that the military corps was ready to give him the title of Knight of the Eagle, and this is a very rare honor in peacetime. Therefore he will be known more than ever. Richard began to complain as if before the tax office he said that their high mountain fortress deserves nothing at all and does not have any jewelry. However, Richard always loved to earn extra money and said that if he was ready to share half the rewards with him, then he would think about it. The old man said that he was really updating because he was trying to get such a high bid, so he didn't even dare to think about such a thing in front of the king. The king realized that this guy was very cunning. The old man said that they can discuss financial problems later. After all, he has another matter that he would really like to ask him about. As it turned out, the Scar tribe responded to the call of their empire, but halfway there they simply disappeared. Therefore something had to be done to find them. The old man also said that the high mountain fortress is located in this place where they disappeared, and therefore he needed to find out where they went. He wanted to know everything completely. The password also said that in the end they are born warriors and no one can simply come to terms with their loss. Richard understood that he would soon be killed, so he did not know what to answer. He understood that it was necessary to relieve the situation and began to shout that he did not want to talk about it yet and needed to discuss other details of life. And Richard shouted that he didn't know why, but now there was simply an unimaginable fire of justice in his heart, and at least he could prove something. Richard killed himself in his heart and said that he was a Knight of Eagle, and yet he managed to relieve the situation and get off the topic. Richard understood that he needed a change of scenery, and so he shouted that he accepted the challenge and now he was a Knight Eagle. The king asked why he changed his mind so suddenly, and he replied that he was obliged to live in the country because it was the duty of every resident who must give to his homeland. The king realized that as a future knight he would receive great respect and honor. Therefore he only needed to sign a couple of papers in order to become one and complete difficult tasks. He also told him that in his army soldiers can enlist out of turn in the Claw Dragon squad, but will not be required to obey. The recipes knew that the dragon should not be touched. This good detachment was famous for its bloody appearance as well as for its courage and perseverance. Richard understood that he had to agree because this was a good prospect and he would have to do it, otherwise he would be executed. The old man told Richard not to worry because he or something is also serving in this region now, and therefore everything will be fine there and they will be able to feel normal. Richard couldn't understand what he said there because Richard didn't know about the king's son who was also here. As it turned out, he also served in this army. The king said that his name is Bedrick and he is also here. The king did not say this very happily, which means that he was not proud of his son. Richard realized that it was a great idea to join this detachment in which the prince serves because this detachment will suffer 100% less because there is royal blood. The king said that since they had already discussed everything so well, then he would not detain them any longer, and it was better for them to rest after such difficult negotiations. Richard and the old man left his room and walked down a long corridor wondering what they would do next. Richard noticed that the king saw little, and so he asked the old man how he even lived. and he said that we have to survive. The old man said that this does not prevent him from leading the country so well because with the help of his fortitude he sees as well as his eyes. The old man also said that in fact the strength of the past rulers was mediocre, but this does not mean at all that they were stupid, they just require double expenditure of energy and time. The old man was very proud of this king and said that he was able to cope with it but only suffered heavy losses after that. It was because of this that he had to do such a thing. I didn't understand something because the old man was furiously praising another old man. It looked terrible because he just put you to death. Because the old man loved the king very much, he wanted to tell Richard many more stories, but he played him his hand card and said that he had something else important. And Richard suggested that he go to the Dragon's Claw and meet everyone there. The old man accepted his idea and said that this was really the right idea. They came to the same Dragon Claw detachment that was famous for its strength. They were wondering what was happening there. A huge number of people trained money for days in order to be correctly on the battlefield because one wrong move and you are dead. Some very old warrior said that this place belongs to the legions and he was interested in asking why they were here. The man didn't want to just let them in. But the old man said that this was Richard and he was the owner of the high mountain fortress and it also came here to fulfill that very order of the king. The man was shocked by who he was talking to because he didn't think that Lord Richard himself, the owner of the high mountain fortress about which there were a lot of rumors, would come. The man told them to follow him. After all, he has very valuable and important information that he must convey to them by order of the king. Richard asked the old man what happened to this guy and why he was so strange. The old man himself didn't know because for some reason he shouldn't have reacted so strongly. The man told them to feel at home and began to open some very strange door that led to a huge fortress. A few seconds later he opened the door and said that these were the same imposters, and since he was already saying that he was Richard himself, then everything had to be clarified once and for all. This trio of imposters did not believe what they saw because these were the same people they met in the bar. They felt very strange. Richard got very angry because he realized that this was the same bunch of freaks that he had seen before and they had to pay for everything that they had done under his name. The old man was shocked and did not understand why he was treating them this way. Richard was very angry and wanted to rip their heads off for what they did. The big guy went up to Richard and said that they didn't want to take his place and it was just a well-respected joke that they made specifically to lighten the mood. Richard asked them who they were after all and why they decided to be here under his name. He didn't like it very much. After all, they couldn't do both bad and good deeds for him. The big man said that in fact he was Bedrick, the same son of the king who trained in this legion, and had already gained a lot of experience to introduce himself as an imposter. Richard and the old man did not believe what he said because they thought that the king's son looked completely different, and he would not introduce himself by a different name. The old man could not believe his eyes that this big man was really the son of the king. He began to hold his head and did not know what to tell him because he felt that he was guilty. Richard really couldn't believe that he was really the son of His Majesty himself. He said that it turns out that all the characteristics match. The guy who introduced himself as Richard said that he was a member of the court division and his name was Bane. Another said that he is a swordsman from a top-level Horan. Richard couldn't believe why he still believed them because they had no faces or skin, but he still understood that these were typical slackers and traitors rolled into one. But everyone also knew that most kings had several sons because it was more convenient to choose an heir. But here His Majesty also stood out very much and he has only one son. The guys felt very bad because they understood that they were trying to deceive absolutely everyone and only made things worse for themselves. Richard asked why the man didn't recognize him earlier. After all, he had seen the king's son for a very long time. The man didn't even know what to answer. However, he said that in fact he had not seen them before and it happened in a completely incomprehensible way and he was very sorry. Richard was very angry because he knew that the king's son had previously served in this section and he had to see him. The big guy said that although he is listed here nominally, but to be honest, this is his first time here. He was very ashamed to admit that he was trying to deceive everyone. He also said that now many noble children have learned to simply sign up for service and the modern generation has really become worse than the previous one. Richard asked him, isn't he one of them, and the man said almost. Richard was very angry because the man was trying to talk to him again and again. In fact, he didn't care at all and he wanted to know why they were pretending to him. They wanted to know the whole truth because earlier Richard was very unhappy about it. The big man said that it would be very difficult for him to recognize and understand the soul of an unfortunate person who has no talent. The big guy told Richard that he didn't understand how to be a rotten egg, and he experiences this pain all his life. Richard couldn't understand why he called himself a rotten egg, and the old man whispered to him that this applies to those people whose talent is indistinguishable from wood. He understood that in their world everything that exists has its own talents and strength, and even, for example, me or the trees have it. But the most offensive thing was what happened next. After all, history is actually not short on talents. A great wise person can become one by relying on hard work, resources, and luck. But all this can only be done if you are not untalented. And Richard asked him why he became so homeless and why he doesn't do anything about it. He said that she really was nothing, and it was very painful for him to realize this because he understood that no one would be able to communicate with him normally after that. The blonde said that he has superior elemental talent and can absorb the elements on his own without even thinking about it. But he also has a special physique and will be influenced by these elements, so on a weekly basis they must specifically engage in cleansing the accumulated elements in the body. But to put it simply, a master of the elements cannot expel the elements from their own bodies in the same way that a magician would never worry about a fireball. Everyone knew that in fact his strength was different at birth, but it became like that after a severe illness that he experienced 4 years ago. The big guy said that he heard that he could go through an army of thousands with the strength of his body, and it made his heart flutter because he was mediocre. Richard, thank you for how long he will live like this and suffer because he had to do something with his life and move on. Richard patted him on the shoulder and told him to score. Or better yet, he would come to visit them, and there he would already teach him and find a place for him. Richard also asked what about their Captain Dragonclaw because he still hasn't seen him. He wanted to meet everyone who lived here. The man began to apologize to him for the fact that lately he has often been in the garrison and therefore he is often not with them. Richard understood that the captain there was really smart because he also likes to spend time without unnecessary people and in peace. However, Richard said that when the two states declared war on each other,